Hello, everyone, and welcome to this compilation video of all of my Q&As so far, Q&A 1 through 5. I wanted to come in here and make a compilation that you can watch at your own leisure, encapsulating all of the questions from Q&A 1 through Q&A 5. So what I've done is I've taken each of those videos and I've combined them together for them to be in an easy place for you to find. I know some people that have seen some of my Q&As and are worried that they may have missed one or two or three of them, and they are not sure where to start when it comes to watching them again. So if you want to get caught up and then watch Q&A 6 if you're new here, go ahead and start with this video, this compilation video. Also, before we jump into the video, I want to let you know that my 8-week online self-guided CRPS program that is completely self-paced and you can access at any time is now live on my website, thewindowpain.com. I will put a link down in the description for that program that will give you $25 off and will be always active for you to access. This program has been a great success for a lot of people. In fact, a lot of people just this week were sharing their successes, and I will put that on the screen now so you can see some of them. This program is designed to encapsulate all of my knowledge from being not only someone who dealt with CRPS himself for 4 years and has been pain-free for 7 years, but also a doctor of physical therapy and pain specialist who has helped people with CRPS for the last 5 years professionally at some of the top hospitals in Texas. So I hope you check out that program. If you're looking for something a little bit more in depth, I do also offer one-on-one pain coaching, where I maintain a great number of clients, people who are all finding accomplishments and achievements through my coaching. And if that's something you're interested in, something more customized to you, something more one-on-one, you can go to my website again, thewindowpain.com, and click this button here to get scheduled for pain coaching. So I hope you enjoy this compilation of videos. I've been really enjoying making them and I will continue to do so. And yeah, just sit back, relax, watch this at your own leisure, and you'll be able to get caught up to where we are for Q&A 6 coming out next. All right, guys, enjoy. See you later. Hello there. I wanted to take a minute today to answer some questions on a recent Q&A I did on my Facebook group. If you're not a part of the Facebook group yet, it is The Window Pane on Facebook. Go ahead and request to join if you'd like to be a part of these weekly Q&As to get more information on CRPS, bust common myths about CRPS, and help yourself move forward and gain hope and have some of those questions answered that maybe your providers couldn't answer or wouldn't answer or just didn't take the time to listen to. Um, Honestly, that's one of the biggest things I think with the condition is a lot of us aren't listened to and or believed. And I think that's where a lot of chances for remission or recovery get missed because we aren't heard, our fears aren't calmed down, and then we just perpetuate in this pain cycle that seems never ending. So yeah, I wanted to take some time each week. I think I'm going to do this weekly in my group to answer any questions that you guys might have related to pain, CRPS, etc. So the first question I'm going to share here. This is going to be from Cassia in my group. She asked, "Is swelling a normal part of CRPS? I have it constantly, and I think it's putting pressure on my nerves in my leg that I had operated on, and it's irritating me even more." So swelling is something that can happen with CRPS. It's not necessarily a normal part because some people have CRPS and have no swelling. This is the same thing is true with heat changes as well as color changes. Some people have CRPS and don't have color change. Um, but it is something that can happen, and swelling can be uncomfortable. It can make your limb feel full. It can make it feel like there's pressure on our nerves. The best thing we can do for swelling is movement. The reason for that is because the veins in our legs have valves that sit like this, and those valves open with movement or muscular contraction. So if we are not moving and just keeping our limb in the same place or just propped up on something, we will probably get swelling. And this is true for someone without CRPS. Okay, so if we don't move our limb at all, we will probably start to have swollen legs. And that's the reason why, like when you go into surgery, they put those compression stockings on your feet because it's pumping the leg, which is what the muscle should do. And that pumping takes the valve in the veins and it opens it like this. And you can see this motion. What is this doing? This is taking the blood and the fluid in the leg. Every time the muscle contracts, the valve is going down, up, and it's scooping the fluid and pushing it upwards. Okay? So just imagine that. So when we get the swelling, even though it hurts, one of the best things we can do is try to walk, or we can do an ankle pump where we take our ankle and just go like this. That's going to contract the muscles in the leg, the calf muscle, and it's going to take those valves and push them up. Okay, another question here from Cassia. She said, I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, by the way. It looks like Cassia. So correct me if I'm wrong in the Zoom tomorrow. Um, it says, does aquatic PT ever help? I was recommended to try instead of regular PT to help with pain and swelling. Aquatic PT can actually be really helpful, and the reason for that is because it's low impact. Okay, so when you are in regular PT or walking normally, you will be feeling the full force of your weight on the limb. Okay, with aquatic PT, it's low gravity. You weigh less in the water. So that's one reason. Another reason is because of the pressure of the water around your legs or around your arms, depending on the affected limb. That's going to push on the limb in the same way like a compression stocking would. And again, that valve change. Okay, that's going to happen as well in the water. Another thing the water can do, if water is soothing to you at the right temperature, for some people it's not, is it can act as like a noise cancellation. So your body has its alarm system, which is hyperactive with CRPS, as we've talked about before. And what is happening is when you get in the water, is sometimes it can act as noise canceling headphones. If you've never experienced what noise canceling headphones are like, go ahead and go like this with your hands over your ears and just cup it and notice how the sound sounds around you. It sounds muffled. Okay. The nerves in our ears are taking in information and sending it to the brain, and then the brain decides what to do with it. It's the same thing with every nerve in our body. We take in information in our feet or our hands, it sends information to the brain, and the brain decides what to do with it. If we are muffling that information, it doesn't feel as intense, and so we might not feel as much pain while doing aquatic therapy. So for some people, aquatic therapy is really helpful to get started and move towards doing regular PT or walking on regular land. This is the same for athletes like with ACL tears. Sometimes they're not ready to put all their weight on that torn ACL in their knee, and so they'll be on like an anti-gravity treadmill or they'll be in the water. Okay. All right, let's see, going down the list. So Lauren, what was it like being pain-free? Um, Also thankful for opioids, but one day I want to be able to divorce them. Did you have a problem with feeling bad about taking medication to help you get through tough times? Um, I want to walk without them one day and be positive. Okay, so and she also says, how did you know your CRPS was in remission? So it says, what was it like being pain-free? I think you mean, what is it like being pain-free? Because I currently do not have any pain, and I have not for 7 years. Um, it feels great. If you don't remember, hopefully we can get you back to a point that you are or starting to not have pain. I want to make it clear that this process that I take my patients through and that I went through myself, it is not a easy process. It is not like you're going to wake up one morning and it's just going to be gone. I think that's the hard thing about a lot of treatments for CRPS. A lot of people, and I wish this was possible, but a lot of people are hoping that it'll just be gone like that. This is a step-by-step, pun intended, process to slowly get out of pain. When it comes to opioids, I don't know if I'm the best person to ask for what I did personally because I was so fed up with the medical system and being disappointed by my doctors that I flat out stopped them cold turkey, which I do not recommend at all. I recommend working with your doctor, having a slow weaning off process, and if sometimes you have to take medicine to help you use as a bridge to be more active, that's okay. You don't have to shame yourself for needing to have some assistance with getting out of pain. With a lot of my patients, they will use, gabapentin or the occasional opioid or sometimes THC or different products to help them reduce the pain and the activity of the nervous system, the alarm system, to give them opportunities to start moving again. Then, as they start moving again and it gets more tolerable, then they start to taper off their medication. So consult with your doctor, let them know, hey, I'd really like to be able to get off these pain meds. Can you help me with a tapering process to reduce that? Okay. All right. Tammy, uh, she asked, hey Chase, CRPS in my right foot, 7 years. It hot flares daily. I purchased a thermometer and I measured the temperature. The redder it gets, the more painful to stand on, and other symptoms worsen. Cooling it down is the only thing that lowers the temp and relieves pain. Question: can your desensitization treatment methods help in actually lowering the temperature of an affected limb or area? Of course, I cannot wear socks or shoes. Thank you. So Tammy, yeah, when we're desensitizing, maybe something we need to do is cool it down first. So if you feel like cooling it down is helpful, you can use cold rag, cold ice, a fan to blow air on it, anything that you think is helpful in cooling it down. But then you're going to start to do the desensitization treatments, which would be, touching it with something very gently, moving it very lightly. If your goal is to start wearing shoes or socks again, then maybe you start touching the foot with textures that feel like socks. So that could be like a bath towel, a blanket at your house, actually a sock. But I encourage my patients to use things that bring them comfort. So if you have like a childhood stuffed animal or something that feels safe to you, start barely touching the limb with that object. It can be as little as 5 times a day you touch it for the smallest amount of time. So it could be like just like that. That's one. Okay. It depends on wherever you're starting. Everybody starts in a different place. You don't have to go wild to get benefit. Anything is better than nothing. So yeah, if you want to start to get there, start to desensitize and calm the alarm system, I would start there. As far as the temperature goes, I would encourage you to focus not too much on taking the temperature of the limb. The reason I say that is because the more that we focus on the symptoms and the more that we hyperfixate on them, the more fearful we might become. So we take the temperature and we see that it's a little different than our other limb. We might, that might make us think that, oh my gosh, things are super bad. And that amps up our nervous system, amps up our alarm system, and makes us kind of scared to move forward. So it actually ask you to not use the thermometer so much and instead just focus on cooling down the limb and then doing the desensitization. And then what you might find later on is when the pain starts to come down and that intensity starts to come down, you might find that that temperature discrepancy starts to reduce or disappear because the alarm system isn't so hyperactive anymore. Temperature changes, swelling, redness, color changes, that's all the alarm going haywire. A good analogy I use for this is like imagine a normal car alarm going off. It's just the horn beeping. Now imagine a malfunctioning car alarm, which is kind of what's happening with CRPS. Not only is the horn beeping, but the windshield wiper fluid is shooting out. The windshield wipers are going everywhere. The lights are turning on and off. All kinds of things. Okay, so that's two different types of alarm systems. A normal one in a normal body or a normal car, and the malfunctioning one, which is in a malfunctioning car or unfortunately the CRPS nervous system, which is right now, but it's not forever. Okay, we can reprogram it to heal. Okay. Lindsay Hamilton said the statement of no pain, no gain is made a lot in PT. At what point would you draw the line between break or making myself fight through? I remember times crying in PT to push through, and it felt like too much. Lindsay, I'm very sorry that you had that experience in PT previously. I do think that there's some things to the statement no pain, no gain, but I changed that statement to no, KNOW pain, no KNOW gain. Okay. We need to understand what's happening with our pain, and that's how we make progress. So I would not be pushing someone so hard that they're crying. That's a little too much. What I would be doing is I would be helping you feel comfortable and safe in pushing into some discomfort, and then taking breaks and pacing yourself as needed. That's why I preach, we'll move our toes, wiggle our feet 10 times in one day, and that's it. That type of intervention is more helpful than like forcing someone into something that's really painful and just elevates their fear and elevates their alarm system activity. So PT is very, very slow to start, and then it ramps up as our pain starts to come down and things start to calm down. So what I like to say is calm things down, build things up. That's the process with PT. So yeah, we can talk about that some more in the Zoom as well if you have more questions about it. Let's see. Next one, Kimberly. Is SVT, supraventricular tachycardia, or other heart issues caused by RSD or CRPS? Or is it due to the effects from pain from RSD or CRPS? I was recently diagnosed with SVT. I know a lot of other health issues can arise with RSD and CRPS. So with this one, this is a broad thing I just want to get out there. Correlation does not equal causation. Okay, so just because there are people with other health issues and also have CRPS does not mean that CRPS itself was the cause of these other health issues. There are too many variables to attribute to CRPS all these other health issues. So SVT is a separate thing. It's not caused directly by CRPS/RSD. Um, it could be something that's a side effect of medication. It could be a genetic thing. It could be something else. I'd need to know your medical history to like properly answer that question. And that's something you can discuss with your doctor. But I would say no, it's not caused by CRPS. Along with a lot of other things that get brought up, people will bring up gastroparesis. They'll bring up what else? Episodes of syncope. They'll bring up a lot of other things that are correlated with CRPS, but that's not a causative thing. It's the same thing as saying like a swimming pool causes drowning. Just because people drown in swimming pools doesn't mean that a swimming pool is the cause. That's a hypersimplification, but that's what I need to do to make sure that we know that CRPS it's a malfunction of the nervous system, the way that signals are being sent to the brain and the body that is causing pain. The signals are being misinterpreted, but it's not a disease that is creating all of these other things within the body. The body might develop these other things because of all the medications we might be taking, all the treatments we might be trying, all the stress of just being in pain all the time for so long. But it's not a direct cause of these things. Okay. October. Let's see. So October is asking a question about weaning off opioids as well. The same thing that I said to Lauren is going to apply to you, October. Work with your doctor, tell them what your plan is, let them know how you would like to taper down off of these medications, and find a way to start doing that. You've already had some great success in the group I've seen with these desensitization activities, getting your shoes back on, wearing your brace. Continue with that. And then as things start to improve, you can start to taper down the medication with guidance of your medical provider. Okay? Just want you to know that. Okay, so that's all the questions for this week that were posted in the group. I'm going to also look up a question here that was posted in another group just so I can answer this because I feel like it's helpful. Let's see. Bear with me one second. Gotta find it here. Okay, here it is. So, someone in another group, one of the larger groups, mentioned that they read that a bone scan is most likely to detect CRPS in the first 5 to 6 months after symptoms start. They also read that bone demineralization can happen in stage 3 CRPS. Has anyone ever had a bone scan or other test detecting CRPS or osteoporosis later? If you have already had symptoms for over 1 to 2 years. So they're asking if there's any benefit to bone scans with diagnosing CRPS or detecting it, etc. So I'm going to read kind of my response to that post so that you guys that haven't seen that can see it. So CRPS is not detectable on scans or imaging. It is only diagnosed using the Budapest criteria, which is something that is determined by observing the affected limb. So the provider will observe the limb. They will look for color changes. They will look for pain that is disproportional to the initial injury. They will look for potential swelling and hair changes. Those are some of the criteria in the Budapest criteria. And you can look it up to see exactly what we're looking at. And it's really just a yes or no thing. Do we see them or not? And if you have most of those things, we might be able to, with that information plus other information you give us, say that, yeah, this is probably CRPS. But CRPS is not detectable on scans or imaging. So a bone scan won't really do much for you, except say that you're having bone demineralization. But that's, as I'm about to go into, that's not caused by CRPS. That's a side effect of not using the painful limb. Um, okay. Same thing with EMGs. When you get like an EMG study, what they're doing is they're just checking to see if the nerves are firing or behaving differently. It's not necessarily caused by CRPS, but it might be a side effect of disuse. So the reason something like bone demineralization happens is because we stop using our foot or our hand, and then our bones stop responding to the use of that limb. So, this is something that will naturally happen if you don't use your foot or your hand or your body, and it's not specific to CRPS. So, what I mean by that is when we walk, run, or exercise, our bones are exposed to forces that make them grow stronger. This is something that is called Wolff's Law. Okay, so force put onto a bone, the bone will respond and grow and adapt in that way. The reverse is also true. If there are forces not put onto a bone, the bone will adapt to not having forces and possibly get weaker or demineralize. The same is true for something like muscle atrophy. If we stop using a limb, whether we have CRPS or not, we will start to have atrophy of muscles. So an easy way to see this is if I just suddenly tie my arm like this and I never use my arm, or if I tie my leg up behind my the back of my leg and I never use my leg, eventually on a bone scan, I will have less bone density, less bone uh, mineralization simply from not using it. I will also have less muscle because I'm not using it. Think about it. It's taped here. What purpose do I have with my arm if I'm not using it? Okay. You can see this with someone who is like significantly injured and loses the ability to move that limb, like someone with a major stroke or something like that. Their limb will start to shrink because they're not using it. Not because of the stroke. It's a side effect of the stroke because they're not using it, but it's not like the stroke itself is like causing that type of change. Does that make sense? So CRPS itself is not causing demineralization or muscle atrophy. What's causing it is the fact that we aren't using the limb because we're in too much pain to move it. If we start to move it again, even with some discomfort, we can prevent or even reverse that type of atrophy or bone demineralization. It's a use it or lose it type of thing. Okay. We can kind of see this as we age. If we stop being active, we aren't as boisterous as we were when we were younger and actually like being a little bit more active. So this is someone without CRPS. If they stop moving around, they lose some of that movement ability. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. I just wanted to make sure I address that because I see that a lot in some of these groups asking about bone scans and imaging. Budapest criteria is the criteria of diagnosis. It is a criteria that is based on observation and subjective reporting by the patient. And that's kind of how we come to the diagnosis in the clinic. Okay, that's a lot, a mouthful. I hope this short Q&A was helpful. I want to do a lot more. If you'd like to be a part of them, please leave comments down below on YouTube with questions that you want answered in the next Q&A, and I'll do my best to answer them for you. Hello and welcome to my second CRPS Q&A video. This is a new series that I'm doing every single week on Friday. If you would like to have questions about CRPS answered in the next Q&A video, please comment down below, or you can join my Facebook group, which is called The Window Pane. That's PAIN on Facebook, and submit questions on my weekly CRPS Q&A post. I'm really excited to be answering these questions for you guys, questions that maybe you didn't have time to ask your providers, or that your providers just didn't know the answers to. As someone who was diagnosed with CRPS 10 years ago and then later went on to become a pain specialist and doctor of physical therapy, I am thrilled to be in a position now that I can provide this knowledge to you that stems from my 10 years of experience and education on pain. So let's get started. Let's jump right into it. And I'm going to attempt to do this video with no cuts at all, just going straight through. So if I have a lot of ums and ahs, that's why I'm trying to get through this video in one take. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. The first question that I am seeing here on Facebook comes from Kelly. And Kelly says that she had a L5-S1 injury from sea doing in rough water, compression fracture, and then ended up with CRPS in her left foot within 2 months. She is unable to move her toes except for her big toe, and she's been doing physio, massage, and osteo therapies weekly. Her osteo massage therapist says that the L5-S1 is swollen slash tight, and that is what's caused the CRPS. I have an MRI booked in a month for my spine, and any of your cases you've dealt with similar to this or have any advice, thanks. Yeah, Kelly, funny enough, your case sounds strikingly similar to mine. I had an injury in football that led to L5-S1 surgery on a herniated disc. What I didn't know at the time is that herniated discs are poorly correlated with pain. And actually, um, believe it or not, physios, massage therapists, etc., are really bad at identifying specific locations or landmarks on the body. And actually, if you get 15 of the same massage therapists in the same room, or 15 of the same physical therapists in the same room, they will actually disagree on where certain landmarks fall in the body, or where certain areas that they're mobilizing are targeting treatment. And so I would be careful in listening to specific regions that someone is mentioning as tight or swollen. And I would also be careful, I guess, thinking that just because it's tight or swollen, that that's the cause of your CRPS. Many people will have tight or swollen muscles, joints, etc., and have no pain, let alone CRPS. I would also be a little bit, I guess, open-minded when it comes to getting an MRI. MRI is actually, research has shown that when you get an MRI, whether there's anything wrong or not, just seeing the image of your back can increase your pain because it makes things look very real and very scary, especially if we don't understand what the MRI is saying. A lot of MRIs will show quote unquote abnormal changes in the spine or the shoulder or the knee, and those changes will actually be fairly normal in the general population. On my website, under the research tab, I have a whole section talking about MRIs in individuals with no pain, and the MRIs will show herniated discs, bulging discs, degenerative discs, rotator cuff tears, meniscal tears, etc. And those are not indicative of pain. If your pain was being caused specifically by compression or injury to the an L5-S1 nerve root, we would actually see a specific pattern of where your pain is, and you would have specific muscles that are weak because of that compression. And so, because CRPS isn't just pain and weakness, it's also other symptoms like redness, heat or cold feeling, hypersensitivity like allodynia or hyperalgesia. I would venture to guess that the cause of your CRPS is not the L5-S1 injury. For me, same thing. I had two herniated discs or surgeries up to quote unquote repair a herniated discs. And then about 6 weeks later, after it was quote unquote repaired, I developed CRPS. But it was just in my left foot. If it was had anything to do with like my L5S1, I would feel it in various parts down my leg, and we know specifically what parts those are. And I'll put those on the screen now so you can see exactly the areas that you would feel if we were talking about L5S1 specific compression. Okay. So yeah, I would caution you about getting too invested in the MRI or chasing structure too much. CRPS is a very complex thing, and there's a variety of elements that might contribute to it. There isn't one necessarily like root cause, if that makes sense. Um, okay. This next question is also from Kelly. She says, if you could touch on the topic of resetting your nervous system. You mentioned psilocybin in a previous video, and I did a pain management course about the use of psychedelics for pain management slash resetting nervous system by microdosing. My osteopath and massage therapist is also trying to reset my nervous system. Just wondering what your thoughts are slash practices are for this, since it seems to be the main component to overcoming CRPS. Yeah, Kelly, no, reprogramming or retraining your nervous system is a very important thing when it comes to CRPS. The term resetting implies that we can just like flip a switch or hit a button and it can change the nervous system. I wish it was that easy, but oftentimes our nervous system becomes hyperactive or hypersensitive because of a long period of hypervigilance from things such as anxiety, maybe traumatic events that we might have experienced. This could be traumatic medical events, traumatic injuries, traumatic life events, childhood events. And so there's a variety of things that contribute to amplifying or tilting our nervous system into fight or flight. The way to start to walk back and overcome certain aspects of CRPS is to take our nervous system out of fight or flight and put it into the other part of or aspect of our nervous system, which is rest and digest. These two nervous systems, fight or flight, rest and digest, aka sympathetic, parasympathetic, they are always in a balance and fluctuation with each other. That's why, like when we're super stressed out in fight or flight, we have a hard time sleeping or digesting because that balance has shifted. And so, in order to reprogram or retrain our nervous system, we need to lean into things that calm us down. Okay, so that could be things like deep breathing. It could be things like, for example, psilocybin, cannabis. It could be things like certain herbal teas that we enjoy. It could also be things like watching our favorite movie or spending time with friends, relaxing in our hammock, going out to take a look at our favorite hiking trail if we can't hike. Those kinds of things calm us down and reprogram, uh, retrain our nervous system to be more actively in a state of calm. Does that make sense? So it's not like we're going to reset our nervous system like with a flip of a switch, right? It's more so that we're creating practices and lifestyles that is calming down our stress levels and taking us out of fight or flight. Um, so that's another one. Okay, what else do we got here? Great questions, by the way, Kelly. Thank you so much. Gina, I need to find her first question. Okay, here we go. How do you get your body or mind out of fight or flight mode? I'm always anxious, and that doesn't help with the pain. So I addressed this a little bit in the last question, but I'll speak even more specifically to helping with anxiety. Anxiety is essentially um, having the mind and the brain having too many options and not really knowing where to go. Okay, so one of the things that I like to think about is like if you look towards your future and you see nothing or you see too much, too many things, that can be anxiety inducing because you don't know which direction to walk or where to move towards, and therefore you will generate anxiety because of that fear and worry about what is coming next. So the way that we start to get our body out of this fight or flight mode and reduce our anxiety is to start to, believe it or not, set some goals or create a direction or an aim. So that's why I have the document, like the better document or better exercise, which helps us visualize how we might feel or be in a year if we are getting better from CRPS. That's why I call it better. Okay. So think about what things you might want to do, Gina, a year from now when you're starting to feel a bit better. And then that gives you a destination, a goal, a single option to start to work towards. So, for example, I had another client this week talking about wanting to go back to hiking, and they said that they can't walk more than 5 minutes. I said, okay, that's your starting point. We're going to walk for 4 minutes. And then each day we're going to try to do 5 seconds more of walking or go 10 feet further. And then, so that gave them a clear goal, getting back to hiking. And it gave them a clear progression, starting walking in small doses. That alone will start to reduce the anxiety of the pain experience, and help calm things down. If you find yourself feeling anxious in certain situations, so for example, being in a place with a lot of crowded people, or maybe you have a fear of going on an elevator, take those situations, so a lot of people, and break it down and into manageable doses. So if you have this objective of going to the mall where there's a lot of people, maybe we go to the mall on a Monday morning when there's like nobody there. And that's your starting point. And then you end up going on a Tuesday afternoon and then a Thursday morning and then a Friday afternoon. See how you're slowly bringing things up to more and more manageable. You could also start with something like an outlet mall, because that's outdoors. There's more open space. You have abilities to manage the anxiousness in those situations, exit plans, etc. The more you expose yourself to the things that make you anxious in manageable doses, the less and less you feel anxious. So, for example, if you're afraid of an elevator, I'm not going to go put you on an elevator. What I would have you do is I would have you stand outside of, or sorry, look at a picture of a building that has an elevator inside of it, then look at a picture of an elevator, then go stand outside the building, then look into the building, then go look at the elevator, then go touch the buttons to the elevator, etc. You get the point. We're slowly progressing to walk towards these things that make us anxious. It's the same concept with pain. We are slowly working towards the things that make us anxious, and bring us pain to calm our nervous system, bring us out of fight or flight and into rest and digest in those situations or during that painful experience. Okay. And then you had another question here. To add to my question from before, is there a correlation between stress and anxiety and the chance of it spreading or happening when you injure yourself again? For example, I've had a couple injuries since I was diagnosed, and the last one, the big cut on my leg, I think it turned into something. The burning keeps increasing, especially with the cold weather. Thank you. So let's do an exercise that I think will be helpful to kind of answer this question. So everybody that's watching this video, what I'd like you to do right now in this moment is go ahead and close your eyes, and I want you to visualize a lemon on the table in front of you. I want you to imagine yourself taking a knife and cutting into that lemon, the juices squirting along the edges of the knife, and maybe even squirting out towards you and onto the cutting board. Then, once the knife is, or the lemon is cut in half, I want you to take one half of that lemon and just feel the texture of the outside of the lemon. Maybe it feels a bit rough or smooth in different areas. Your fingers running along the edge, just where you just cut that lemon. And then I want you to go ahead and bring that lemon up to your nose and mouth and smell it. The citrus aroma filling your nostrils. And after you've done that, I want you to imagine taking a bite into that lemon. Now, I have a question. Did you salivate? So, what that demonstrates, if you did salivate, is that just by imagining something happening, we can create a physiological change in our body. So by imagining biting into the lemon, we could taste the sourness and we got saliva in our mouth. Another way to do this is to think about eating hot wings, like spicy buffalo wings. A lot of times when I imagined going to eat those hot wings, I get salivation in my salivary glands. Literally imagining an action can create a change in your body. So with spread, sometimes imagining that it can happen or being worried about it happening is actually the catalyst for that happening. The cool part about that is, though, if you have some confidence that it's not going to happen or don't pay so much worry to it, it doesn't. So when it comes to myself and CRPS, I was told that it could come back with, any procedure that happens. And since CRPS, I have broken my collarbone, I have tattooed both my arms, I have tattooed my entire chest, including my nipples, and lasered all of it back off. And I have had no recurrence of CRPS pain. Um, so, that being said, is there a correlation between stress and anxiety and it spreading? Yes, because of the generalized worry related to that, but not in the sense that there's some sort of major change taking place that is creating CRPS, in that area. Um, and I'm going to go into detail on this in my next Zoom on January 4th, 2025 at 2 p.m. US Central Time. So please come into there and I can talk about spread a lot and remission, et cetera, a lot more. Um, but yes, managing stress and anxiety will help us reduce the risk of experiencing something like pain showing up in other strange areas or after certain events or injuries, for sure. Okay, what else do we got here? So this is from Donna. Donna said, "How do I get rid of the depression and insomnia from CRPS? I'm usually very happy and active, and it's very frustrating. I'm not taking any pain meds, nor do I want to." Donna, I feel for you, and I'm very sorry that you're experiencing both difficulty sleeping and depression in relation to the CRPS. I want you to know that CRPS in and of itself is not causing this depression. So just by virtue of you having CRPS, like CRPS as a syndrome does not cause depression. And the reason I say that is because being in pain for a long time certainly can cause depression. But I don't want you to think that CRPS itself is the reason for depression. And the reason I say that is because by knowing that, you know that you can have an avenue to start to improve your overall mood and well-being, and that CRPS isn't restricting you from like a disease standpoint from helping you improve that mood. And so, what I would say to you is the best thing we can do, much as I mentioned to Gina in two questions back, is we can start to again visualize what would the future look like for Donna if she was doing better. What kind of things would Donna be doing that would bring her joy and happiness? And what of those things that she would like to do can she do right now to start to just bring a little bit of more light and sunshine to her every day? So maybe that's something like painting or giving, taking or making phone calls to your loved ones, spending time with your husband, whatever you can think of that will bring you even the smallest amount of joy each day and move you away from, I guess, feeling trapped in certain ways and towards feeling free, will start to help with that depression that you might be experiencing. If you have the ability to get in touch with a counselor or a psychologist, that would also be really helpful because they would have helpful tools for you to again start moving out of that feeling of depression. From the insomnia standpoint, I have a sleep toolkit that I just sent out on my mailing list. I believe you're on it, so I believe you got that toolkit. Use some of those items on there on that 10-item list to try and improve your sleep a little bit. Some of the things that that are on there that you can do are things like creating a sleep ritual. So a lot of my patients and clients, they will get specific clothing that is comfortable and signifies to their mind it is time to sleep. They will also set the temperature in their room to below 70 degrees because in order to fall and stay asleep, our body temperature needs to reduce by about 2 to 3 degrees. And that having a colder room or darker environment helps with that. There's plenty of other things on that list that I sent out. If you didn't get it, reach out to me and I'll send it to you. And if you're watching this video and you aren't on my mailing list, you can go to thewindowpain.com, PAIN, and join the mailing list. It's the first link at the top of the page you'll see there. You can join it and you'll get handouts that I send out like that for free. All right, let's see. Who else do we got here? Deborah Reynolds said, "Why does CRPS cause a burning sensation? The side of my knee is very tender. It always feels like my flares start at this location." So CRPS is interesting. CRPS is a malfunction of our nervous system, which is our alarm system, our body's alarm system. So I want you to think about just any alarm system in general. So let's take a house, for example. I've mentioned this before, but I want to mention it here too. If you hear about some break-ins in the neighborhood at your house, right? And you start to hear on the news and from your neighbors, there's been some break-ins to homes. What are you going to do? Well, you're going to upgrade your security system or install one if you don't have one. You might add at first, some motion sensors and maybe some door alarms, just the alarms on the door that are connected like this. And when it opens, it beeps. That might be your first step. Then you hear about further break-ins closer to your house. Maybe your next door neighbor gets broken into. Then we're going to need to upgrade the alarm system again because we're getting increasingly nervous. So we're going to add some more cameras, maybe some floodlights, etc. Then the next day, you start to notice someone walking, a shadowy figure walking outside of the house, and the nervousness amplifies even more. So we add maybe a guard dog, maybe some ground sensors in the house. Maybe we add a moat. We start to upgrade and upgrade and upgrade the alarm system. And then worst case scenario, we're at home and someone breaks the black back window. Then our alarm system is getting super duper enhanced, right? And so if you're in Texas, you already have this, but if you're anywhere else, you're gonna get maybe you're getting a gun for security. Maybe you're having police circle the house, just to be safe. And then the alarm system eventually becomes so enhanced and so intense that even just getting out of bed and touching the ground with your foot sets off the whole house. The whole house is screaming, intruder alert, intruder alert. Okay, that alarm system is going to stay installed and stay intense until the threat of whoever is breaking into these houses is neutralized or reduced. So you will keep the moat, the guns, the guard dog, everything until that threat that you've been hearing about starts to dissipate. So maybe someone gets arrested for burglaring and they're blamed for all of the burglaries that happened. Maybe you start to notice that your neighbors are taking down some of their equipment. Maybe you see that the cops' presence in the neighborhood isn't as high, and so you feel a little bit safer. Then you start to fill in the moat. You start to put the guns in the gun safe or sell them. You turn the guard dog into just your pet dog. And eventually the alarm system functions as a normal, as just a general alarm, period. CRPS is kind of the same way as that super intense, super upgraded alarm system. So what has happened with our nervous system is we've had a break-in or haven't, but in some cases we've had a break-in, which is an initial injury. And then after the initial injury, when our pain was still high, or even if we didn't have an injury, when our nervous system for some reason got amped up, right, and extra sensitive like that super intense alarm, we started to hear information from doctors that scared us in the same way that being a burglar outside of the house is scary, or hearing about that burglar. And our alarm system continued to upgrade. Okay, so we heard things like You'll never get better. We heard things like, this is the most painful condition you could ever experience, which it is. I've experienced it, right? We've experienced pain over and over and over again, which are subsequent break-ins to our nervous system, as time has gone on. We have had medical procedures that didn't help us. We've taken medications that didn't help us, and we've seen a bunch of specialists that told us a bunch of different things. And so what has happened is we've had that person walking outside the window in the form of scary medical things we've been told. We've also had that break-in into the back window of the house in the form of spinal cord stimulators or nerve ablations, etc. And so what has happened is we've continually upgraded our nervous system, aka the body's alarm system. It's called a nervous system for a reason. Um, and now we need to start to downgrade it. The thing is, when the nervous system is super upgraded, it starts to do a lot of weird stuff. Okay, so it might have a burning sensation. You might have a freezing sensation. You might have swelling. You might not. You might have redness, purpleness, silverness, shininess. You might not. The alarm system is just going haywire. Imagine, for example, the house alarm just freaking out, electrical things getting crossed, and now the lights in front of the house are flashing. The shutters, for some reason, are flapping open and shut. The water's turning on and off. The alarm system has malfunctioned, and now we need to repair and fix it. So the way that we start to repair things, the way that we start to improve our burning sensation, the way that we start to improve the tenderness is to start to prove to our brain and our nervous system that we are safe. To start to show them that we don't need the cops around so often, like the inflammatory cells. We don't need all these cameras looking at and paying attention to all these symptoms. What we need instead is to show the nervous system and the body's alarm system that things are okay. The way that we show the nervous system and alarm and body's alarm system that things are okay is by providing it with information in small doses that don't set off the alarm system. So, if the side of your knee is very tender and your flares start at that point, what I would like you to do is very gently begin touching that area or close to that area, or maybe even just the opposite knee to start to give the brain information so that it can update the nervous system with a message of, this is safe. It is okay to touch this. I don't need the alarm right now. And you can even, while you touch it, say things like, I am safe. I'm just touching my knee. This shouldn't hurt. I am okay. I'm safe. This is gentle. You can touch it with a hand, with a cotton ball, with a stuffed animal, with a blanket, with something super soft to start, and then start upgrading things to things that are a little bit less soft or a little bit more irritating, but do it very, very, very slowly. And that way, the brain has time to update and downgrade the alarm system, pull away the cameras, fill in the moat, put away the guns, and then gradually over time, those weird sensations and weird symptoms will dissipate. And I believe this will answer a lot of different questions that people have had this week. But let's move on to the next one. Okay, so Amy Thompson said, can true permanent nerve injury be healed through pain reprocessing? I know nerves have the ability to heal at a very slow rate. Is there such thing as permanence? So, I was excited for this question because this is something that I struggled with myself because I had technically or theoretically nerve damage from my L5S1 surgery, which is what quote unquote caused CRPS. Yes, all injuries will heal, and nerves do heal. Now, they heal in a variety of ways. So I want you to think about this. I want you to picture someone. For example, I have a friend of mine who has an amputated leg, not from CRPS, from an injury that she had when she was younger. Her nerves are damaged forever because the nerves are literally cut off because her leg is gone. Okay. but she does not have pain in her leg. Did she initially have phantom limb pain because the nerves were gone? Yes, but now she does not have pain, even though the nerves are still damaged. They've been cut off, gone. Um, so even if there is permanent nerve damage, you can uh, reprocess the way those nerves are experiencing sensation through things like desensitization. That is why, when it comes to phantom limb pain, mirror therapy is effective. That is also the reason why with CRPS, mirror therapy is sometimes effective. It is also why we do things like desensitization for phantom limb pain on the amputee stump. So let's say my arm is missing right here because the nerves were all cut here and my arm is gone. This is all going to be extremely sensitive. And if I never touch it, it will never get used to that sensitivity. And so, with people who are amputees, one of the things that we do to reprogram the nerves, reprocess the pain or the signals being sent to the nerves, is we start to touch it. And sometimes we start as small as a cotton ball or a Kleenex or a blanket or a stuffed animal. And so these concepts are very similar, both for CRPS and for phantom limb pain. And in that instance, the nerves are literally damaged forever, but you can change the way the nerves process pain just by doing some of these desensitization techniques. So the reason I was excited for this question is because I want you to, I guess, let go of the worry that if your nerve is permanently damaged, that it can't learn to process pain in a tolerable way again. The body is extremely remarkable, and it is capable of doing those things by virtue of the fact that only 20% of amputees have phantom limb pain, and the others do okay. So I want you to know that, and I hope that is helpful just by seeing that. Okay. Amy, again, two more questions, and these are great. Why does going into a noisy environment affect pain level? So, I want you to imagine that your nervous system is in fight or flight mode, because it is when we're in CRPS or when we're in chronic pain. If our nervous system is in fight or flight mode, it is the same as if we were getting chased by a lion. So if we're getting chased by a lion, a lot of things happen. So this first and foremost, we breathe like this, right? Really fast, really heavy. The next thing that happens is all of our blood flow goes to our muscles and our extremities. And because we have to run, we have to be ready to fight at any time, getting away from the lion. Another thing that happens is our vision gets more tunneled, more attuned to what is in front of us because we don't need to pay attention as much to the periphery. We need to just focus on getting away. The next thing that happens is our hearing becomes more aware because if another lion shows up and a twig breaks over there on the right side of us, we need to be able to hear that twig breaking. And so, with all of these enhancements to help us get away from a threat in this fight or flight nervous system situation, if we are constantly in this fight or flight situation and we never come down from it, then of course going into a noisy environment where when we have just enhanced hearing to hear the twig that the lion's about to break, of course, going into a noisy environment is going to set off that pain alarm system that I've talked about. When the pain alarm system gets set off by that intense noise, then we're going to have more pain. Okay. This is the same thing for things like weather changes. When the weather starts to get more cold, our body is so amped up that the alarm notices the change in the weather and the change in the cold, and then we feel more pain. That same thing it has to do with pressure. And then when the next question that you had, Amy, why does my affected limb get cold at random times when I least expect it? Same thing. The alarm system is freaking out. And so it'll do some strange and weird things. The best thing we can do is notice, yes, it's happening. but try our best to not pay it too much attention and continue to move forward with our activities and our goals that we can tolerate. Because the more information that we give that limb, the better it's going to be for helping the nervous system reprocess and learn that things are safe again, to tone down the alarm. Okay. Lenora said, this is more a comment than a question, but just from my own experience, women need to be aware that the stress of chronic pain can mess with the reproductive hormones. When our body is under stress, the body will protect it with higher estrogen, and then that can lead to issues with fertility. I've had to deal with this over the years, and it's good to help women be aware of it. Lenora's right. When we are in high levels of stress, whether that is emotional stress or activity stress, it will mess with things like reproduction, or even, for example, in women who are like very high level runners or athletes. A lot of those women, because of the this physical stress of athletics, might stop having their period for a period of time that they are competing in marathons or sprinting or the Olympics, etc. It's the same kind of thing. The body doesn't really know the difference between physical stress and mental and emotional stress. And so the body makes adjustments based on those stresses. So stress reduction in all kinds of ways is a very helpful thing for CRPS, of course. Great comment, Lenora. Okay, let's see. Who else do we got? Sherry. So Sherry is asking, what type of doctor should my son be seeing? We were told to go to the pain doctor who ended up refusing any other help when my son turned down gabapentin. We haven't been to anyone else because it seemed like that was the only option. He did go to PT, but even they seemed to not really know what it was. And with my son's mental disability, getting him to do the work was a battle. It feels like we are all left in limbo. I see people post about OHSU, and getting him there is going to be difficult for me because of other circumstances. We are in Salem, Oregon, and seem to be super limited on doctors. Can't even find anyone that's a TPS. The whole situation for him feels hopeless. Man, Sherry, I'm sorry. That's got to be really hard to deal with, especially when people who are supposed to be helping you aren't able to offer you information. Unfortunately, that was the case for me 10 years ago, and that's still kind of the case now for a lot of people, especially in uh, certain cities, etc. If you are looking for advice and help, you can reach out to me from a pain coaching standpoint, or continue, of course, using these free resources. But I would say the best providers for your son to see would be a team that includes a regular physician like a PCP, or a pain doctor, which you tried, a physical therapist who has familiarity with CRPS, and then a counselor or a behavioral type of psychologist. Depending on your son's mental disability, that might be the most helpful thing for you to find and search for. So searching for like a pain psychologist or even just any general psychologist to help your son move towards getting back to activity again. But yeah, I'd have to know more about your son's disability and also just his age in general. I've had many patients that have had Down syndrome or autism, etc. And approaching pain and painful things and getting them to feel comfortable with experiencing some discomfort is a challenge for sure. But it's something I'm familiar with and have done often. So if you need pointers, reach out to me on Facebook and messages, or via email, etc., and I'll be happy to provide you some information. Okay, let's see. Sheila, my foot has been unable to move since I fractured it 10 weeks ago. My foot started getting the CRPS coloring around 2 weeks after I heard it. I've been unable to bend my toes and the front part of my foot. The nerves are super sensitive in my toes. Imaging has shown that I have developed disuse osteopenia due to not being able to walk for 10 weeks. My PT wants my foot to get moving and is quite aggressive with moving my toes around, or at least it feels that way. It probably really isn't, but it feels aggressive, like she's ripping my toes off. But she says I need to get them moving. Is this going to make the pain last longer by causing more pain, or is it good for it? She's treated a few CRPS patients in the past and they have improved. Second question. The place I fractured it still feels like it fractured. Is this due to CRPS? This is the first time I fractured something, so I'm wondering if it will always feel this way. I'm afraid to refracture it. Third question is, the more I move my foot, the colder it gets. Why is that? I had better questions this morning when I woke up, and I should have wrote them down. Thanks so much. If you think of more, Sheila, put them in for next week, and I'll answer them. So yeah, let me summarize this a little bit. So fractured her foot 10 weeks ago. It's still in the process of healing, but after 10 weeks, it's the bone itself is actually really healing very well. One of the biggest things and best things we can do for a fracture is putting weight through it. This is because of a concept called Wolff's Law, which I've mentioned before. Bones will remodel and reform based on the forces we put on them. So that's why starting to weight bear and put pressure is good for building bone. That's also why, unfortunately, you're having this imaging that is showing osteopenia due to you not being able to walk for 10 weeks. The cool thing is we can reverse that and change that by starting to put forces through the foot. I know that's going to be hard because your foot feels really sensitive right now, but start super small. Start with just putting the foot against the end of the couch or on a chair. Start with, and then start in a seated position and leaning onto the foot a few times back and forth, maybe twice per day, depending on your pain level, or 20 times per day, if that's not too intolerable. Yes, you do want to push into some discomfort. No, it won't make the pain necessarily last longer, but within reason. Okay. So you don't want to be like destroying yourself trying to move things or put weight through things. But you do want to poke into the pain bear just a little bit. I call it poking into the bear, but not waking it up. And that is how you give the foot information and help the overactive alarm system, which is CRPS, calm itself back down. With this fracture, so it feeling like it's still fractured, yeah, it does, and it is due to the CRPS in the sense that the alarm system is extra active, and of course the site of injury is going to feel the most sensitive. But as things get better, that expansion around the site of injury. So let's say this is your foot, right? Let's say right now, the CRPS aspect of things, I do have shorts on. Sorry, it looks like I have no pants on. The CRPS aspect of things is causing pain all through here, right? As things start to get better, that pain is going to kind of come towards the middle and back towards, maybe you fractured it here. It's going to center here, and you'll feel only the pain here. And then as things start to get better and you start to heal and put weight through the foot again, eventually this pain will go away. Or it'll be at a level that is tolerable enough that you can just go about your daily life. And then one day you might notice it's gone. So, in summary, yes, it is good for it to keep moving. Communicate with a physical therapist. If you need to pace yourself just a little bit more, then let her know. She has experience with CRPS, so she should hopefully be okay with pacing things a little bit. But if she's helped other people with CRPS, you can have confidence that she could probably help you as well. So yeah, if you have any more questions, just let me know. Um, oh, let me finish with this one. Um, no, it won't always feel that way. It will not always feel like you fractured it. Um, Please try not to be afraid to refracture it. Oftentimes, after a fracture, bone grows back stronger because there's a scar tissue element to it. So, like, I fractured my collarbone, and I feel like it's stronger than my other collarbone now, because of the scar tissue that has developed in it. And then, lastly, the more I move the foot, the colder it gets. Why is that? Again, the alarm is weird. It malfunctions. It's acting silly. The best thing we can do is not pay so much attention to it, and continue forward. Continue starting to put weight on it. Continue trying to bend the toes. Some things you can do if you want to practice bending the toes, practice bending it yourself. Put your feet on the ground on top of a towel and try to scrunch the towel up with your toes. You won't be able to because I can't even do it normally. But just that trying to make that effort of bending the toes to scrunch the towel is going to be helpful, and it's going to work all the muscles inside your foot there. Okay. Okay. Caroline, I was diagnosed with CRPS after a knee surgery I had. I saw a neurologist a few months ago, and he said I had CRPS and developed functional neurologic disorder because of the pain from the CRPS. Is this common with CRPS patients? So FND and CRPS do co-present sometimes. I would say it's more common for FND to present with CRPS, if that makes sense. FND, functional neurologic symptom disorder, is a condition where intense emotions are processed and felt by the body. So we could have a situation where we are passing out, having a pseudo seizures, having abnormal movements like moving our arms strangely, but it is not because there's anything necessarily wrong with our nervous system, like our brain and our spinal cord, theoretically. It is because of the emotions that we are unable to process. So if we have CRPS and we are experiencing a lot of stress, anxiety, anger, frustration, etc., and we're not letting that emotion out and we're just absorbing it, then I could see it possible that FND could present from that. But the plan is still the same as with CRPS and FND. So when I get a patient who has FND and CRPS, the plan is still the same. I still approach it the same way. This is the body's alarm system overreacting to certain stimulus and including emotional stimulus. And we need to calm the alarm system down as much as possible. So I teach people with this condition how to feel and notice emotions. I have them keep something like an emotion journal when their pain is high or when they are having more FND episodes. I have them record what emotions they might have been feeling, and then we talk about that together while we exercise. This is great for people with CRPS as well. When your pain is super high, I would encourage you to write down, what am I feeling with this pain? Am I angry because I'm in pain? Am I angry at my in-laws? Am I angry at my husband? Start to notice like what kind of emotions are contributed in this pain, and you'd be surprised what kind of stuff you find. And the more that you look at your emotions and you observe them from afar, the less you feel and manifest those emotions in your body. The way I like to think about this is like anger, for example. If you are feeling angry, you feel tightness in your jaw, you might clench your fists or scrunch your shoulders up, like this. That's very different from observing anger. Does that make sense? So if I'm feeling angry, I feel that way. But if I'm at the airport and I see a husband and a wife fighting about the fact that the flight is delayed and her mom is going to be so mad and the kids are crying, I am observing anger. And it's very different. My body is not feeling tensed up and my jaw is not clenching. I'm just watching them arguing and yelling at each other. And it's a very different experience. And so by charting and keeping track of our emotions, we actually get better at being an observer of our emotions rather than an experiencer. Then emotions feel less scary and we just notice when they come up. Just by doing that, believe it or not, we can reduce our pain from CRPS and we can reduce the symptoms we might feel through FND. Okay. Allison, you mentioned to strive for even 1% improvement. Does that apply to range of motion as well? I'm 14 weeks post-surgery, tendon transfer, and while I continue to make progress, it's very slow. My pain management doc is concerned about contracture. Does there come a point where slow progress isn't good enough? So I actually already answered this on Facebook, but progress is progress. Um, uh, Progress in any form is always good enough, especially if we're operating with a super sensitive alarm system. So do as much as you can within the limits of your pain and occasionally push a bit further when you are feeling up to it. That is going to, again, 1% improvement per day is 37 times better at the end of a year. 1% is huge. It's absolutely huge. So, yes, 1% is enough. You do what you can regardless, and you move forward from there. If you experience something like a contracture, something that you can do with your doctors is talk about something like Botox to calm down that tightened or contracted muscle, that there is benefit to that in relaxing the muscle for a period of time so you can get the motion back if that happens. But if that hasn't happened yet, then you don't have to worry about that Botox aspect. But that is a possibility or an option. And I do have patients that benefit from something like that occasionally. Okay. So Robbie said, I am in this group because my 11-year-old son was diagnosed with CRPS in his right groin. I feel like there are so many different directions a person can take and overwhelmed about doing the right thing for my son. We have done scrambler therapy with some relief. His anxiety causes pain to increase. I am constantly finding ways to reduce his anxiety. He quit walking for a few months ago with due to the pain, but with swim therapy and PT, he is now walking again, but still has pain. Now walking again, I love it. Uh, Dr. Maxwell did tell me to give extra calcium, vitamin D, K2, magnesium, but I'm unsure of how much is recommended. I guess one question would be how much of these supplements should I be giving him? Should we still be doing PT? We were dismissed because his goal, which was walking, was met. We were told we needed another goal or insurance will not pay. Any advice or direction is greatly appreciated. Man, that's there's like two things happening there. I'm very happy, and I'm also very frustrated. So I'm very happy that you have had success, some relief with scrambler therapy. I'm very happy that you've noticed the correlation between anxiety and pain, which I've talked about a few times during this Q&A session. I'm very happy that he got back to walking through swim therapy and PT. But I'm also very frustrated when it comes to uh, the PT saying that he needed a different goal besides walking. With something like CRPS, the problem isn't necessarily like certain functional goals like walking. The problem is the pain. And so you write goals based on pain to get approval from insurance for PT. So, for example, when I write goals, I say the patient will be able to tolerate a 30-minute PT session 3 times per week and with minimal to no reports of pain. And then I write goals like that and I send it to insurance. The patient will be able to verbalize 3 pain management techniques back to the therapist to demonstrate the ability to independently manage his pain. So you write the goals to show that pain improvement and improving function around pain is the goal, and then the insurance approves it. Now, I don't know what state you're in. It might be different in other states. I personally am really blessed because I work for a very large hospital, and when I am writing insurance things, they know I am a complex pain therapist, and approval is a lot easier. I'm used to dealing with CRPS. That is my main wheelhouse. So it's different for me. Um, as far as supplements go, don't worry too much about the dosages. Um, I don't know specifics when it comes to kids, but finding relaxing teas that have some of these supplements that he could drink, or sports drinks that have some of these ingredients in them, that might be good. Those kinds of things, and saying to him, "Hey, my son, this is going to help you. This is like your power up." Like maybe he plays video games. You frame it to him as like this is your chug jug from Fortnite. That's going to help you be able to tolerate walking and doing things. You can use that kind of messaging to help give him, the 11-year-old, motivation. I do this with my patients all the time. A lot of my patients like anime, so I'll use terms from anime to get them excited, etc. Both with my patients and my pain coaching clients. So yeah, if you want further advice or direction, feel free to reach out to me in regards to pain coaching, especially if you've gotten let go from PT. And let's talk about some things we can do for your son. That's my my bread and butter. So I'd be happy to work with you and discuss further. But otherwise, keep him active. Do what he can when he can, and I think he'll be just fine. So we can talk about it further in a pain consult if you'd like to. Let's see. What else do we gotta? Sorry, guys, I gotta go through and make sure I've hit everything. I think that's everything for this week. I've talked about a lot If you have questions or comments or want further clarification, please put that down in the comments below underneath this Q&A, and I'll do my best to continue to explain CRPS in the best way that I can and in ways that kind of eliminate the fear of this condition and give you guys tangible things that can help you improve your pain. Things that I did for myself and things that I have learned over the last 10 years of my working in my profession and my education and learning and understanding pain and pain science as a whole. I hope this has been helpful. I'm really looking forward to next Friday when we do the next Q&A. Yeah, next time I make the post, be sure to ask questions or comment with questions down below. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Q&A number 3. It's finally coming out, and I want to apologize for the delay. Initially, I wanted to do this once every week on Friday, but the first Q&A got 8 questions, the second got 15, and this one, there were 53 total comments on the thread. So, in order to be able to fully do it right, I've decided to do this once every 2 weeks on Friday, and maybe I'll put it out faster if we have less questions during one week, but I really enjoy making these videos because I can answer a lot of questions that are actually commonly asked by a lot of people. The cool thing that you'll probably find in this video is a lot of the answers are pretty similar for a lot of these questions. And that's because what happens with CRPS is people feel like it's very complex, right? Complex regional pain syndrome. Well, the antidote to complexity, or the opposite, is simplicity. And so in my answers, the thing that I will tell you is a simple solution, because that is actually the best route when it comes to CRPS and helping yourself. So yeah, I'm gonna explain each question and why things are happening to the best of my ability. And if you have additional questions and want them answered in the next Q&A, put them under this video or join my Facebook group, The Window Pane, and put them on my weekly thread that I post up every 2 weeks, okay? So yeah, just continue to feed me questions. I'll continue to feed you guys answers, and I hope you find it helpful. If you do find this video helpful and you want more resources, to join my mailing list or even to sign up for one-on-one pain coaching with me, you can go to thewindowpane.com and join the mailing list there. Also, I have my pain coaching. You can click get scheduled and you can do a free consult with me to see if that one-on-one coaching is a good fit for you. But yeah, I'm really excited for this video. I've got my coffee and we're going to see if I can do it in one take like last time. So here we go. Okay, Renee, she asked, Hi, I'm a 47-year-old female who has suffered with CRPS in my right leg slash foot since I was 12. I've had numerous injections with no avail. I've had a spinal cord stimulator that was put in about 10 years ago. I've had 2 sympathectomies. First one put in remission for about 25 years. Since the illness resurfaced 10 years ago, I cannot seem to manage it even with meds and the spinal cord stimulator. I've began ketamine infusions, which have been a tremendous help, but I still wear a boot and use a cane when it's really bad. I believe it has started in my left foot, and now I'm worried it may be spreading into my left hand. My question is, are the symptoms the exact same from limb to limb? I have every box checked off for CRPS symptoms in my right foot. What has begun in my left foot is similar in comparison to the pain in my right, but I don't have the temperature change in my left. Hope this question makes sense. Thank you for your time. Yeah, question totally makes sense. First of all, I want to say I'm sorry that you've had this for so long and suffered like this for so long. I am glad that you had remission for 25 years. And when it comes to the illness resurfacing, what the question I would ask you if we were working one-on-one is what happened 12 years ago? And I don't mean physically, I mean what happened in life. I discussed in the last Zoom, I'll put the thumbnail here, it's Zoom episode 4, how sometimes a recurrence of CRPS can come around a time when our nervous system is amped up, when we have a ton of life stress, other personal factors going on, things that we're just trying to survive through, and then we have some sort of injury, or maybe not, maybe we just wake up and suddenly we have the pain of CRPS. So what I would ask you is what happened 12 years ago that was significant? Did you lose a family member? Were you going through some relational things? Was there a lot of work stress? You know, those kinds of things. So that's one thing I would ask you, but that's not your question. So your question is, um, when it's quote unquote spreading, is it the same from limb to limb? Sometimes yes, because of the way that our limbs and things are mirrored on our homunculus. Sometimes, which I'll show you the brain image, but sometimes yes, but not always. Okay, so sometimes you'll have the same symptoms, sometimes you'll have different symptoms. What I generally say is, and this might be hard to do, but don't pay so much attention to the symptoms. Pay more attention to how to move forward. Okay, so a lot of people will, monitor their symptoms, take a bunch of pictures, do these types of things. That might be good to like help your doctors understand what's going on. But from a mindset standpoint, that's not a good thing because what's going on with these symptoms is there's a lot of weird things happening. Okay, there's a lot of false alarms going off in your body, in the alarm system of your house, and I talk about this a bit in my last Zoom as well. And so instead of paying attention to these false alarms, let's work on reprogramming the alarm system. So, for example, you still wear a boot and you use a cane when it gets really bad. What I would encourage you to do is start desensitizing. And if you want to know where to start, you can use this video here. Start desensitizing the leg. And even when it's really bad, let's do our best to at least take a few steps without the boot or move about a little bit without the cane. It doesn't have to be a lot, but a little to start, and that's going to calm the alarm system down. That's gonna help reduce some of these things that are going on. Okay, so that is my answer for you, Renee, to address some of the things in your passage there. But yeah, don't worry so much about what's going on where when it comes to spreading or new symptoms, etc. Instead, worry about regaining function because the only way that the brain is going to, and the brain and the body are going to improve is if we update and give the brain information. And the way we do that is by starting to move again, starting to desensitize again. All right, let's go to the next one, Holly. Since starting PT for CRPS, I've had a short break from the bone pain. Awesome. Love that. Then, after almost a full week, it came back in a different area and burning shifted to a different area. I'm guessing this is normal and to be expected just because my nervous system is bizarre without any ailments. Is there anything I need to do or include or know with these changes? I'm doing everything suggested and will try almost anything. Same thing, Holly. Don't pay so much attention to these symptoms. Yes, there are weird stuff going on, but what I would do if I were you is I would frame that as okay, my body's adapting. I'm doing new things. I'm starting PT. I'm working through this stuff. I've had, improvement in one area, and now it seems like another area of my alarm or nervous system is going off. So I just need to continue forward. Okay, continue to change things. To give you an idea, when I was going through things for the 4 years that I was working on trying to get out of this, and mind you, I didn't have anyone telling me the things that I'm telling you guys. This is stuff I wish I knew. But when I was going through my own rehab, my self-guided rehab, I would have the weirdest symptoms. I remember going out on a camping trip with some friends, and I still, mind you, still had pain, right? I got home and both my legs were swollen and red. And I was like, of course, I was freaking out. But I was like, you know what? I have no choice but to like continue trying to live my life. And lo and behold, 2 days later, the swelling and the redness went down, and I was back to doing things. Still hurt to have a shoe on, still hurt to walk around, but I was continuing forward. And so, if I would have done what happens for a lot of people, if I would have had that happen and then paid a bunch of attention to the swelling and the redness, and not moved forward and continued doing things, those symptoms probably wouldn't have resolved as fast. Okay, so I know that it's scary to have this experience of some new pain somewhere else, but remember, if we start doing something new, new things are going to happen. And you've been doing PT quite a bit, so new things are happening. But those things can be seen as improvements instead of something scary. So I'd like you to reframe that as best as you can. Okay. Second question. How do we put ourselves through mentally when pain, this is Holly again, when the pain hits levels that we think we can't handle? I know having a purpose has helped me, but when we can't move to even attempt something to fulfill that purpose, are those days we take a break And are those necessary or do we push? I've done both, just not sure which one helps more. I'm thinking it's simple to do what feels right, but when you're used to pushing and that's all you know, it's hard. And when you're wanting to give up, it's almost necessary to push. I almost feel pushing has caused me more harm at times. Yeah, Holly, that's a tough battle, and even people who aren't in pain have that same battle. Okay, so that's a normal battle to have. You know, when do I rest? When do I let my body recover? When do I relax or do something like that? I want you to know that you can still have improvements even on days when you aren't pushing yourselves physically. Okay. So when your pain is really high, maybe your 1%, maybe your physical therapy or your activity that day isn't something physical. Instead, maybe it's doing something that is fulfilling to you. Okay, so on high pain days, what I would do is I would burn a vanilla candle because that reminded me of my mom, or I would watch my favorite show or have my favorite snack and make myself feel comfortable. And then eventually, as the pain started to go down, then I would start to do activity again. Sometimes your day can start off horrible, and you can start off with a hard pain day. And then if you lean into things that make you feel soothed and cared for and comforted, your nervous system relaxes, and you'd be surprised. Sometimes that pain comes down as well. Okay, so yeah, it's a hard balance, and each person is different when it comes to that. But what I would say is, again, when you feel that pain ramping up, I want you to remind yourself as much as possible, this is temporary. The pain's going to come back down. I just need to find some things to relax me. And then maybe at the end of the day, you're able to get up and move about again, and do some things that day to get even further past that 1% better each day. Because remember, 1% better each day is 37 times better at the end of the year. So just shoot for that 1% and continue forward. Okay, Karen, I have full body started in my right arm, but and all of my limbs and lower legs hurt the worst. My question is, how does CRPS impact other issues like neuropathy and fibromyalgia? And is the treatment for all these the same? Is it possible for me to get rid of the pain in my legs even with small fiber neuropathy and CRPS? Yeah, Karen, in my last Zoom, Zoom number 4, that talked about spreading stages in remission, I kind of cover this, but fibromyalgia and CRPS and neuropathy are kind of the same problem. Okay, it's nervous system overload, and no matter what is going on with the nerves, we can always retrain them and help them adapt. So the techniques that I'm giving you through my desensitization video or my suggestions on how to calm the alarm, those are going to apply for those things as well. Remember, no matter what is going on with the nerves, no matter how damaged, remember my example of amputees, um, you can help them adapt again. And that's just because our brain and our body are amazing. Okay. So, for example, if I play piano for 100 days in a row and I scan my brain before and after, before the areas of my brain that represent my hand are going to be very are going to be very small, but after the areas of my brain that represent my hand are going to be enlarged, bigger. That's because my brain and body are adapting to this new skill, which is playing piano. Okay. And so if we have that ability to adapt in this good situation, we also have the ability to adapt in reverse. So what we need to do if we haven't been moving or using our body as much, we need to start to help our body adapt back in the positive way. And so, yes, the techniques to and the treatment for fibromyalgia or neuropathy and CRPS are the same. Okay, so you approach it the same way. Um, Desensitization, moving towards activity, reducing fear, getting hope, and setting goals. So that's going to be the biggest thing. Michelle, what supplements do you recommend? Yeah, Michelle, as far as supplements go, I don't have like any hard recommendations. If you have ones that you've heard helped others and you feel like you believe in those supplements, then go for it. If you have supplements that you're skeptical on and you're not sure, then I wouldn't necessarily waste your money, because a lot of what the results we get are our perception. Okay, so perception is reality. If I had to recommend anything, I would say things that help you sleep, natural things like chamomile tea with honey, valerian root, other supplements that are good and have solid research behind them for just overall benefit are creatine supplements, creatine monohydrate. You can get a flavorless powder that you put in water. What else? Electrolytes supplements. So Ultima Replenisher is an electrolyte brand that I like. All of those things are fine. So what I would say is find supplements that generally help you relax and calm your nervous system or have like neuroprotective properties like creatine. And those would be the supplements that I guess recommend. But again, I don't think you need supplements or anything like that. But yeah, if you have some curiosity and have heard of things that are helpful for other people and you feel like it might help you, go for it. Give it a try. Okay. Magnesium, taurine, or sorry, magnesium and L-theanine, those could be good for sleeping, helping your sleep be a little bit better. So yeah, those types of things. Prioritize your supplements help you relax is what I'm getting at. Um, Lorelei, how do I feel about spinal cord stimulators? So I touched on this in my video, Hot Topics for CRPS. I'll put the thumbnail here. A spinal cord stimulator is doing what I am promoting you guys to do, just in a passive way, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but they do provide people some relief. Okay. High spinal cord stimulators are an invasive type of procedure. So that is considered a break-in to our alarm system. And so that's why personally I'm not a huge fan. But again, some people find relief, and if that's what's going to help you move, then you can give it a try. But again, it's a break-in. It's technically a surgery to install this thing, and it's going to provide stimulus to your spinal cord. If you want another way you can provide stimulus to your spinal cord, you can touch yourself anywhere on your body. You can move your hand or your foot. You can attempt to walk. You can attempt to grip something. All of those things are stimulating your spinal cord. Okay? It's providing new stimulus to the spinal cord, and that's helping retrain the brain to get used to that stimulus. So, what happens with spinal cord stimulators sometimes is you have those put in, they provide a stimulus that overrides this false messaging to the brain, and you get some relief. But over time, your body might adapt to the stimulus that spinal cord stimulator is giving you, and then you'll feel the pain again. And so what I would rather do is I would address the pain and the symptoms at the source, and I would start to give the body information as I've been promoting, to provide information to the brain, and reprogram that alarm so that a spinal cord stimulator might not be something that is necessary. Okay. There's people in this group who have had spinal cord stimulators and had great success. I love that. I'm happy for those people, and that's great. Continue to use your body and give more information and stuff so that maybe someday you can have the stimulator removed if you'd like. There's some people in this group who had a spinal cord stimulator and had a horrible, awful time. And that happens, that happens for some people too. So, go about the decision at your own accord. Choose the thing that's best for you. You have autonomy. Either way, plan is the same. We need to get back to function. So just getting the stimulator and having less pain and not doing anything isn't a good idea. If you get the stimulator, go do things. If you don't get the stimulator, go do things. Okay. Slowly, steadily increase the amount of activity that you're doing, and eventually the pain starts to come down. Okay. And slowly might look like wiggling the toes 5 times a day where I started. Okay. Let's see. How do you feel about gabapentin? Okay, so Teresa, gabapentin is a nervous system depressant. It calms the nervous system, and that is part of calming the alarm system. So if there's a medication that I think is most appropriate, let's say, for CRPS, I would say gabapentin or pregabalin, aka Lyrica, would be the medication that's most appropriate for it. That being said, I hated being on gabapentin and Lyrica. But again, some people have great benefit with it. I have patients that have great benefit with it. So it's different for everybody. But if there's a medication that actually makes sense to me in certain ways for CRPS, it would be gabapentin or pregabalin, aka Lyrica. Because it calms the alarm, it depresses, desensitizes the nervous system, and it can be used as a bridge to get to where we're going. So that what I'm saying by that is if we take it and we notice that our pain is coming down, we need to start giving the body information during that low pain time, and then eventually we can wean off the gabapentin because it's not going to be for life. And we can talk to our doctor about a ways to wean off of it and continue moving forward. Okay. Okay, Amy, if I feel sympathetic pain ramping up in my foot, sometimes I like to strap my cam walking boot on real tight. Would you find this to be something I should wean myself away from doing? Um, yeah, so what I would say is if you're starting to, um, Amy, I know you in particular are starting to get out of pain as we've been working together with pain coaching. So yeah, I would actually start to wean yourself off of doing that, even though at first it served you. What I want you to do is sometimes when our alarm system starts to go off and we react in a way that's like preparing for catastrophe, our body gets amped up for that. So think about it. It's almost as if like you're in a plane and it's about to crash and you just start strapping seatbelts on yourself, or actually, how about not even about to crash? You're on a plane and there's some turbulence and you go, "Oh my gosh," and you strap seatbelts all over yourself. Okay? And then the turbulence stops and you're just sat there with a bunch of seatbelts strapped to you. You're going to be sitting there like, "Oh my gosh," freaking out, right? Now, if there's a bunch of turbulence on the plane and you just sit there and eat your pretzels and don't react, your body doesn't get amped up. So rather than bracing for catastrophe when it comes to these symptoms, I want you to rise to a challenge. Okay, so let's say you feel the pain ramping up in your foot. Maybe instead of strapping the boot to ourselves really tight and then sitting there bracing for catastrophe, strapping all the seatbelts on the plane, instead, maybe what you do is you stand up and you try to go for a short walk, or you do some ankle circles, or ankle pumps like this. Or you reach down and massage your foot if you can tolerate that. The reason I say that is because in that instance, we're doing something active instead of passive, which is strapping the boot to ourselves. We're getting up and we're walking around and we're rising to the challenge of this oncoming pain. And and we're not bracing for catastrophe of potential oncoming pain. You might be surprised at what happens, so give that a try. Okay. Christy, hi, I was diagnosed with CRPS in January 2024 in my right ankle. I had my knees stolen, okay, replaced by a crooked doctor, and they didn't need to be replaced. I tore my tendon in my right ankle in July of 2023 and had ankle surgery to fix it. This is when they said I got CRPS. I am left-handed and I have started to get the burning pain in my left hand. Any help on how to deal with that would be helpful. Okay, Christy. Wow, I'm sorry for all that it sounds like you've been through. The first thing I notice when I read your question is some of the language there. Um, I had my knee stolen. It was a crooked doctor. Um, yeah, there's a lot of frustration, anger there. And I agree, sometimes some of this stuff, I had back surgery that I feel like I didn't need. But what I will say is you have, even though, maybe your knees didn't need to be replaced, you now have amazing titanium knees, so not necessarily titanium, but amazing strong knees that should be capable of great things now. And if your ankle, if you had that tendon fixed, then awesome, your ankle's in good shape to move forward. Since you have started to get this pain in your left hand, what I would suggest you do is you start to desensitize the hand. Okay, so you can use my desensitization video as a starting point. Or if you're past that level of things, what I would start to do is work on ways that we can use the hand, move the hand, grab grip trainers from Amazon, start training the hand to grip things. If the burning is a particular thing that's frustrating for you, you can treat it with temperature differences. So you can have water at varying temperatures and expose the hand to that temperature at different times of the day. So let's say when the hand is burning, hot water is soothing to you. That's fine. Put the hand in hot water. If the hand is burning and you feel like cold water would be soothing to you, what I would do is I would start with lukewarm water, dip the hand into lukewarm water, move the hand around while it's in there. Okay, maybe you squeeze a sponge or something inside there, and then take it out, have a break. And then what I would do is I would start to lower the temperature of the water, and I would expose the hand to different temperatures as much as you can. If temperature is the alarm and temperature is the problem, then the brain needs more information on temperature. So we expose the brain to different temperatures to give it information. Now, I'm sure a lot of you are thinking, but Chase, I was told that ice will make my CRPS spread. That's a rumor, okay? Some people feel like that happens. Some people feel like ice is awesome. Okay, I used ice plenty when I was going through my CRPS, and I was fine. And there are a lot of people that feel that way. There are a lot of people that say they used ice and then it spread. I want to remind you that belief or worry or fear is a huge driver of this condition. So it's spreading when you used ice could also be because you were really worried that that might happen. Okay, so I want you to think about that for a little bit. And if you need some more information on the placebo or nocebo effect when it comes to things that happen in our body, you can watch my Watch Your Language video or Zoom number 3. You can watch that as well. So yeah, what I would do, Christy, in particular to your burning pain, burning sensation, is I would expose the hand or whatever limb is having these sensations to varying temperatures as much as you can. You don't have to use a bucket of water. You can use a towel that you get damp with lukewarm water, or you get damp with cold water, or you put in the freezer for a little bit. You can do all those things, or the fridge. Okay. All right. Kinsey, my question is about recovery and what level such sensation feeling is often experienced as a non-flare, quote unquote, normal. My CRPS is in my right knee, and my lower leg has overall decreased sensitivity, which is preferred to pain, almost like the nerves are muffled or have fallen asleep. And it's before the pins and needles part of waking up. What was your experience with this, and what have you seen in your patient's experience? Thanks. So, Kinsey, I would actually need to know like what time of day you're having this numbness or your pins and needles feeling. Okay, decreased sensitivity. It's very simple. If you are having decreased sensitivity, numbness, things like that, again, the brain's problem, the problem we're having with the nervous system is sensing sensation. So we need to practice feeling sensation. Okay, so resensitizing that area is going to be important. What you can do is you can take a paper clip or two different items, okay, and you can put them on your affected area. So where is this? My right knee and lower leg has over. Okay, so what I would do is I would take a pen and a pencil or two items with like a point on them, and I would go to your right knee since it's not sensitive, and I would put them together like this. And then what I would do is I would start to move them apart. And I want you to get to a point where when they're apart and touching, you can feel both of them. Okay, so maybe that's 7 inches for you to start on your leg. So let's say it's on your leg like this. That's where you feel two different points. Okay. Then what I want you to do is I want you to practice putting them together and trying to feel the sensation of each point as they get closer. What you'll notice when you first start doing it is that you can feel them apart at 7 inches, but when they get to 5 inches, you can't feel them separate. They feel like one point. So what I would encourage you to do is continue to poke or push into the leg if it's not painful, and give sensation to the leg so that the brain can learn that sensation. Okay, so that would be the way I would address numbness. Also, moving around with numbness would be very good. You can do, if it's in the legs, you can do this exercise. It's called a sciatic nerve glide. You can do that exercise like 20 times a day. Sorry, one round 20 times a day, or 20 times when you first wake up, or anytime the numbness comes, you can do this exercise. That exercise is gliding the sciatic nerve. And when you glide the sciatic nerve like that, it gives the nerve information, space, blood flow. It flosses the nerve through the muscles and around the bones, and that's really good for the nerve to heal. Okay, so sciatic nerve glide for the legs, or median nerve glide for the arms, for the upper body. So medium nerve glide is going to look like this. Okay, we're going out to the side. Okay, if it's painful to go too far, don't go so far. Just go like this. You can also glide the median nerve just by going like this. Okay, and then sciatic nerve glide is going to look like this. Watch. Leg. And then you can make it harder by going like this. And you can make it easier by going like that. Okay, so sciatic nerve glide for the legs, median nerve glide for the arms. All right, let's get this camera to focus. There we go. So sciatic for the legs, median for the arms. Again, use those images that I put up for help. Okay. That was Kinsey. Allison, you were wanting this answered, so here we go. What do you recommend to combat swelling? I'm early in my CRPS journey, and up to this point, Aleve and contrast baths have been enough to keep it at bay. This has changed this week, though, as my hand has been swollen most of the time. Also, I know I shouldn't take Aleve forever or do a contrast bath all day long. Yeah, Allison, swelling is something that is really frustrating. I did answer this in one of my previous Q&A videos, so I would check that out. Um, uh, Sorry, I was jumping ahead to another question. Um, so what I would say is the more that we move, of course, our valves and our veins in our legs get pumped, which helps with swelling. Okay. That is one avenue to help reduce swelling. Another thing you can do is, of course, elevate the arm or the leg if it's swollen. But then the next thing you can do, which actually someone commented, is you can wear a compression sleeve of some sort when it's really bad, or even before the swelling starts, to help calm the swelling down. The best thing you're going to be able to do for swelling is moving around, but using a compression sleeve or elevating it, is going to be good. Remember, the swelling is an alarm response. The alarm in the house is going off, and the water, the sinks are turning on for some reason, or the alarm's going off and the lights are flashing for some reason. Okay, what doesn't help is to pay too much attention to it. I know easier said than done. What does help is to start moving, walking again, okay? I would also pay attention to any patterns. Do you notice a pattern if you drink a certain type of fluid and the swelling is worse? I know for me, if I would have like even a sip of alcohol for like the first four years that I was recovering, my swelling would be crazy. But if I stayed hydrated or used like Ultima Replenisher, that electrolyte drink that I have, or you can use Element or a different brand, then my swelling wasn't quite so bad. Okay, so hydration has to do with it, giving the body sensation and moving and pumping the veins, and then also wearing a compression sleeve of some sort if you can tolerate it. Okay, if you can't, I would work up to that. Wear a glove, a loose glove, maybe a mitten to start, and then work up to from a mitten, work up to finger gloves, and then work up to from there compression sleeves. Okay, exercising the arm and hand, moving it like this, gripping things, using a grip trainer you can get on Amazon. All of those things would be helpful to help with the swelling. Okay. All right. Sheila, is there any relation to the discoloration and having POTS? I've noticed that my leg has been elevated for a while. The coloring isn't as significant, but when I get into a sitting position, the color comes full force. What makes me think about blood pooling, which also happens in people with POTS. Is there any correlation? Okay, so Sheila, POTS and CRPS are very closely related. And what I mean by that is both of them are a reaction of the nervous system to overload. Okay, it's an oversensitive nervous system. The swelling that you're having isn't necessarily POTS related, but if you sit for a long time and you have your foot elevated, okay, and then you suddenly put it down after doing that,
Yes, of course you're going to have swelling or discoloration because you've sat and the blood has pooled. This is true for anybody, even people who don't have CRPS. If I did that with my right leg, if I sat for a long time with my leg up, I don't know if I'm going to try to do it in this position. Um, I don't know if you can hear me, so I'm coming back forward. In that position, it's not really there's not really much pumping of my veins happening. The blood is kind of just sitting there. Remember, the only way for blood to get back up your body is for there to be muscle contractions to open the valves of the veins and push the fluid back up. Okay, so if you're just sitting there, the fluid's going to be stuck, be down there, and then you'll have that color change or swelling when you go and you put your leg down. Think of that fluid just all rushing straight down into the foot and leg. Okay, so it's not necessarily have anything to do with POTS, although POTS is related to CRPS because it's a hyperactive alarm system. Um, what it has to do with is you're not moving. Okay. So if you have your leg elevated and it's helpful, what I would do is while it's elevated, I would move the foot. I would do ankle pumps, ankle circles. I would still have it active. And then as soon as you go to a sitting position, I would actually stand up and I would take some steps if you're able to, or walk a little bit. And that will help with that discoloration. Okay. A second part. Do you find, from Sheila, do you find footbad TENS unit to help with desensitization? My doctor had me purchase one, but I can't seem to get it to work as my foot is so cold. The troubleshooting guy tells me that if my foot is too cold or too dry, it will feel weak. I can barely feel it in my cold feet, but I can feel it strong in my warmer foot. I am asking because I could try and put a heat pad on my foot, but usually heat makes my foot swell more. But the TENS unit would have potential benefits, then it might be worth the swelling. Okay. What I would do is I would just use the TENS unit, even though you cannot feel it. Okay. You might not feel it, but the nerves in your feet are still getting the messages. Okay. So go ahead and still use the TENS unit, even if you can't feel it. There's nothing magical about TENS, okay? It's just another sensation that is being provided to the nerves in your foot. So even if you can't feel it, just still use it, okay? Another thing you can do for your feet is you can have like a vibration pad or a vibration thing that you set your feet on. Again, that's providing information to the nerves in your feet, and it's helping. So maybe the uh, tingling sensation you can't feel. Maybe what you need instead is a like a vibration pad, because that's a different sensation than the tingling, but it's providing information to the nerves in your feet. Remember, we're trying to update the map of the brain so that we can start to feel things again. So using the TENS unit, using a vibration pad on your feet, using a whirlpool, ooh, that might be good for you. If heat helps your foot, using like a manicure like whirlpool. I think you can buy them off Amazon. If you can, I'll put a picture right here. But using something like that might actually be helpful, and that might actually help with the swelling because when you have heat from swelling, or sorry, when you have swelling from heat, maybe a whirlpool, which is kind of massaging, will help mitigate that swelling. So maybe try that. Maybe grab the whirlpool, do that, dry your foot off, and then put it on the TENS unit. Okay, so you get that heat benefit, and then you get the TENS, and that's actually giving your brain two forms of information. It's giving your brain temperature information, and it's giving your brain vibration or tingling sensation information. The more information we give our brain and our nervous system, the better the alarm gets at not freaking out. Okay, Brenda, what will be the most effective holistic and natural treatments to help with CRPS? I can't stand allopathic medicine because I always have important secondary effects, and it seems that I fix something to get another new pain in reaction to the medicine. So yeah, Brenda, honestly, what I what I find to be good treatments, natural treatments, are just things that help us relax. Remember, this is a nervous system overload problem. So if you want to get things that naturally help you relax, as I mentioned in the last question that was like this, that would be what I would advise. Okay, so teas that are relaxing teas, like chamomile teas, valerian root in supplement form or tea form, anything that you find relaxing is a natural remedy to help with CRPS because, again, CRPS is sympathetic overload. We're stuck in fight or flight. And so, in order to reverse that, go into parasympathetic, calm ourselves down, rest and digest, we need to do things that are relaxing to our nervous system. Okay. So, those would be the most effective holistic approaches that I could suggest. Anything that helps you relax. Simple as that. Okay. Acacia? I, I'm sorry, you told me how to pronounce it, and now I'm gonna mess it up again because I'm trying to do this like straight through with no cuts. Um, anyways, Keisha, I think. I thought of one. My PT has tried to help me so much with finding a position that is comfortable during driving. Ooh, I like this one. I like this one. We've tried a chair closer and leaned back, sitting on a towel, sitting higher up, using a wedge shoe. Um, is it's a huge trigger for me, and I work full time in the office. My commute is one way, 40 to 60 minutes. Any advice with this? I'm using a band to mimic the driving motion as an exercise and trying to do more of that, but sitting in the car and traffic are the worst. I'd love any input. Okay, my input in this. A lot of people have problems with the car, ironically, especially when we're going to work at a job that maybe we don't like that much. But this is what I would do. The car, the elements of being in the car, the context of where we're driving, and the duration of how long we're driving are all factors into why sitting in the car is not great for you. If you sit um in a chair at home and are relaxed, you feel probably better than being in the car, correct? Yes. Traffic sucks. But if you sit in the car, which is also a chair, we don't have fun. So there is a difference there. What I would do is I would find something that can mimic the car that is also a fun activity that can start to desensitize you to sitting in on something and moving. So the first thing that comes to mind for me and the thing I often promote my patients to do is if you have a park near you, I want you to find a swing and I want you to go sit on the swing and swing. Okay. The reason for that, you can imagine when we're sitting on the swing, our shoulders are up like they are when we're driving. Okay. Also, we're pushing our feet like we do with the pedals, and we're swinging our legs, which is actually that sciatic nerve glide again, like this. Okay. And then we're doing that swinging motion. So it's like this, it's back and back and forward. We're getting our body used to moving in a sitting position and getting used to that motion. And it's fun. I mean, how many of you have been on a swing since you were like a kid? You know what I mean? I luckily get to do it because I work at a pediatric hospital and we have one. But that's what I would actually recommend. Go find a swing. Go find a teeter totter, like or a seesaw, one of those playground kids playground activities. Go do that because that's going to mimic driving. It's going to be fun and silly. You can go with someone like a friend, and it'll be the goofiest thing you've done in a while. But that hopefully will start to train your nervous system to be in the car and dealing with that motion, etc. Okay, so that'll be a good thing. And if I keep raising my hand, it's because my camera starts tracking me, so I have to shut it off by raising my hand like that. But yeah, that would be my suggestion. Go try a swing. Go try some of the silly things on a kid's playground. I think that would be a great thing to do to kind of take away from just trying to figure something out in the car and mimic driving in a way that's fun. And then the next time you get in the car, I bet it'll be a little bit different. So give it a try. All right. Sheila, would low dose naltrexone be helpful at all for CRPS? Some people find it helpful, some people don't. If you've heard that it's helpful and you want to try it, go for it. But remember, these are bridges, not roads. Okay. So the goal with medication, the goal with stimulators, the goal with nerve blocks, etc., is to help us be more active, not for us to take it the rest of our life and do nothing else. Okay. I know you know that. But yeah, if you've heard that LDN is helpful and you think it'll be helpful for you, then try it. If you are skeptical, don't try it. Okay. Because the placebo and the nocebo effect are very real. And I think that our belief in what's going to help us are a big driving force for the outcomes. Okay. All right. Another one from Sheila. Let's see. So Sheila's this question, it's long. I'll put it right here. She's essentially saying that um, a lot of times we can have a lot of people will have the nocebo effect, which is the doctors, as soon as they see you, they put a limitation on you and they say, you're screwed. The rest of your life, you're going to be in pain. It's going to be awful. You're not going to have a normal life. And that is scary. That makes your CRPS worse because remember, fear and amygdala are processed in the same brain area that pain is processed, well, one of them, the amygdala. And so because of that, fear and anxiety amping up from what the doctor said, our pain can be worse. Sheila is saying that she had the opposite experience. The doctors were kind of dismissing her. They kind of downplayed CRPS and just basically said, like, go to PT, good luck. Honestly, it's kind of the same thing. Whether the doctor freaks you out or downplays it, the fear is still there because the doctor is not comforting you or reassuring you in any way in either situation. They're essentially saying like, yeah, good luck. You have all this pain, but good luck. That's kind of the message in both situations. So when we don't know what's going on and we're trying to get answers from our doctors and they don't have them, and then we go and Google the condition, our pain can get worse. Okay, so yeah, it can really be awful to feel like we're not being taken seriously when it comes to our ailments and our pains and our disabilities at the time. And so yeah, I really feel for you having that experience, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you had that experience. Hopefully, now that you're looking for answers, I can be a resource to provide you those answers. I wish that the doctors would have been a bit more caring and compassionate for you. And also, I wish they would have been a bit more caring and compassionate for the people that they said, you're screwed. Get used to this. You're going to have CRPS for the rest of your life. Because both of those ways of going about talking about CRPS to a patient are wrong and bad. And so, yeah, I feel for you there, Sheila. Kelly, if we encounter a flare overnight and into the next day after doing well for a few weeks, rest or push through it, meaning use the feet normally even though it's hard to stand on them. So Kelly, you don't have to push through in the sense of like, let's say for the last few weeks, you were doing well and you were going and walking on the treadmill for 15 minutes at the gym. And that was what you're doing every day. And then you wake up and you have a flare for whatever reason, you don't have to push through by going to the gym and doing the treadmill for 15 minutes. What you can do instead is go and do the treadmill for 2 minutes. Okay. Or do the treadmill for 2 minutes and then go on the bike because it's less pressure on your feet and pedal for 5 minutes treadmill, 5 minutes bike. That is still success when you're in a flare. Okay. So sometimes when we're in a flare, we think, we have to quote unquote push through and we have to do exactly what we do every day. No, you do not. Okay. Giving any information to the brain during a flare or not during a flare is helpful. Do what you can. Don't shame yourself for not doing as good as you did the day before because the day before was different. Okay. It's the same thing like when you're at work. If you had a really good Tuesday at work and you just killed it, right? And then you come in Wednesday and you're not feeling like as excited about work, or maybe you got in an argument with your spouse or your boss and you're just like, man, I don't even want to be here. You should celebrate the victory of just making it to work and maybe doing like a little bit of work. Okay, that's still going to push you forward. So do what you can. Don't shame yourself for not doing too much. Okay, a little bit is still a victory on a flare day. So that's my advice for that. Um, Kelly Walenda, what are your thoughts on craniosacral therapy? Again, if you feel like it's something that might work for you, give it a try. Personally, I don't think it has much great like research. It's kind of seems like a bit of a shill for me. So yeah, if you feel like it'll be helpful, give it a shot. Maybe it's helpful. For me, I'm not like an advocate for it, but I'm not someone that would say don't try it. So give it a shot if you feel like it might be helpful. That's fine. Um, Karen, is the Q&A live yet? You said 1/6/25. I can't find it on YouTube. Thanks. Yeah, I'm sorry that it's late. There are just so many questions as you can see. So here it is. It's going to be up later today. It is the 10th, Friday the 10th. And the next one will be out Friday, January 24th. Um, Rochelle, how do you desensitize burning? So I mentioned this a little bit in an earlier question, but the way that we go through desensitizing burning is by acclimating the limb to temperature differences. Okay, so same thing. If it feels like it's burning and you feel like adding more heat is helpful, like a heating pad, go for it. If you feel like adding something cold would be helpful, don't be afraid. I know there's this feeling that the cold is making it spread. Start with something lukewarm. Start with something a little bit chilly. Maybe blow a fan on it. Just get it used to feeling different temperature sensations, and that is how we start to desensitize temperature sensations. Okay, so we fight pain with touching, with soft touching. We fight pain with motion, with small motions. We fight pain with temperature, with a little temperature. We fight sensitivity to sounds, with exposure to a little bit of sounds. We fight fear of elevators with going to look at an elevator. Small exposures over time calms the nervous system. Sound sensitivity is still nervous system messages going into our ears. So the way we get used to sound activity is by exposing ourselves to sound. It's the same thing. Like, let's say you go to a concert. When you first walk into the concert, or like a crowded bar, when you first walk in, it's really loud, right? Everywhere sounds overwhelming. Like you almost can't handle it. But then after you're there for 5 or 10 minutes, it sounds kind of normal in there, and your talking feels normal. You can hear people a little bit better. That is your brain adapting in real time. Your brain is adapting to that stimulus. So, in order to adapt to a stimulus, we need to feed the brain that stimulus in a certain amount. Okay, same thing with like starting to train to run. If you're going to run a marathon, we need to train the brain and body to running, and we're going to do it in slow steps. We're not going to run a marathon tomorrow. We're going to do it with small increments. Maybe we run half a mile to start and then a mile the next day. So, for burning in particular, we desensitize with temperature. So, find various temperatures that are tolerable and expose the limb to it. Okay. All right. Kelly, push oneself through the foot pain, walking on the treadmill, like totally try to ignore it, even crying, or dose it. Um, Kelly, I would dose it, like I said in the last question. If you uh, try to finish that last 15 minutes of walking, what I would do instead is if you're feeling a lot of pain, do 5 minutes of walking and then go over to like the elliptical or the seated bike and do 10 minutes of that. Okay. It's still exercise. You're still moving. You're still getting all the benefits of exercise. You're just doing a modified version so you aren't sending yourself into so much pain that you're crying. Okay. I would encourage you to do that to start instead of trying to cry all the way through it. I think that would be better. Um, and then Kelly had another question about the numbness. Same kind of thing. Okay. Providing information. You can use that vibration board that you have. You can use a TENS unit. Just as much information as you can provide the nerves, the better. Okay. If it's numb and you can't feel, you need to expose it to feeling. Okay. You can even put the TENS unit up the leg. Like, let's say you're numb up to like the middle of your shin. Let's say you're numb up to here. Put the TENS unit right above that and start to give sensation feedback to that. Okay. That's an awesome one. Okay, I've gone through all the questions there. Let me pop over to my email real quick because I think I had some questions in there. Let's see. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Q&A question. Okay. Holly asked, is there anything to be concerned about with trying EMDR and having this diagnosis? So EMDR is a therapy where you try to sync up, um, eye movements, okay, or the left and right side of the body, to process emotional trauma or memories. Um, and she is asking, she's about to start this with her therapist, and she asked if I think I can handle it, like fast moving light and tapping sounds. Um, Holly, in particular, has lots of trauma from about 4 years old, and there's very few breaks in between each one. So, Holly, I would encourage you to do the EMDR. I think you'll be able to handle it. It will be emotional, but again, CRPS and emotion are strongly related. If you feel like tapping is going to be irritating, like sometimes when people do EMDR, they'll tap on either side of the person's head or on either leg, left, right, then just have her do EMDR like this. It's where you follow the finger side to side. Okay. You can also do EMDR that is like sounds on each side. So beep, 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 like in headphones. Just find alternative ways to do those EMDR aspects. There's all kinds of different ways that you can do it, but I love that you're starting to process through this trauma at 4 years old. Remember, the trauma and the feelings we don't feel often show up in our body, often lead to increased pain. So if you can have an opportunity to feel them, to let them out, okay, then guess what else you're letting out? You're letting out the pain. Okay, so I think EMDR would be a great thing to try. It does not concern me when it comes to you being able to handle it or not. Okay. Okay. All right. What else? Holly asked, "Is it a common experience in my arms after PT for CRPS is done on my lower limb? Oh. Is it a common experience to experience burning in my arms after PT? Um, So if you're feeling burning in your arms after PT, again, that's just the alarm freaking out to something new that you're doing. Okay, so you're doing PT. This is relatively new to you. The alarm and the nervous system are adjusting. So I personally take that as a good sign that something is being changed. Okay, so reframe that when you feel the burning in the arms. Um, See it as something that is an improvement. If the alarm is changing or behaving in a different way, that's a good thing. There's adapting happening. Okay, so that's great. And if so, is that an indication of the PT to slow down or stop? No, I wouldn't call that an indication to slow down PT or stop. I would frame that as something is changing. I'm making a change, a difference. I'm giving the body new information. So continue forward with PT. Okay. All right. Last section. Let's go over to YouTube and let me see if I have questions on that video. Okay, so holding down the fort. Oh, it's Amy. Amy said asked if you take away a medication like gabapentin, and will there still be a symptom of fog? I have been told by a medical professional that difficulty with cognition will always be a part of CRPS. So that medical professional is wrong. CRPS is not like it's not like lifelong, like you're just gonna like have problems with cognition for the rest of your life. I had CRPS. After I got better, I went on to achieve 3 degrees, a bachelor's, a master's, and a doctorate. I was president of my doctoral class. I then went on to do 3 years of extra intense study. I work at one of the best hospitals in the nation. All that to say, I had CRPS. My mental cognitive ability is not affected. Okay. So I don't know who told you that. And with all due respect to them, they are wrong. Okay. Brain fog comes from the medications we are taking and being in pain for a long time. If we remove the pain and we wean off the medications, guess what? No more brain fog, no more cognition difficulty. So I want to make that very clear. CRPS is not some sort of venom or poison that is messing up your brain. The pain and being in pain itself is what's leading to brain fog, plus the medications we're taking. If I was to stab you with a knife and just hold that knife in your side for an extended period of time, it would be really hard for you to think, okay, because you're in pain. But if I was to remove the knife, reduce the pain, get you healed up, patched up, etc., then eventually you'd be able to think normally and come back and seek revenge on me for stabbing you for so long. Okay. So yeah, sorry, but that provider is incorrect. Okay. You're not going to have brain fog for your whole life or cognitive issues for your whole life because of CRPS. CRPS is a dysregulation of how the nervous system is experiencing sensation. It is not a poison that is in your body. Okay. Let's see. There's a question about supplements. I've discussed that. This person is asking about some medications. So this person, Robin, she says, I live in Australia and I have CRPS, allodynia, and now dystonia. I have been tried on many different medications, a week of ketamine, nerve blocker, and lidocaine patches. I was kicked severely in my left ankle, which led to severe sprain almost 3 years ago. I have not been able to wear a shoe, as each time I put it on, it hurts like hell. I'm stuck on what to do next. I used to be fit and a firefighter, but I can no longer do any of these types of things. Cramping then sets off my CRPS, but I can't stop the cramping. Do you know much about dystonia and CRPS and how to control both? So, what I would start with, Robin, is it seems like you are trying to wear a shoe and haven't been able to. Okay, so that is a goal that you have. I want to start there. Okay, so when it comes to leading up to wearing a shoe, first we're starting with maybe just a sock. Then maybe we start with a compression sock to put more pressure on the foot as if a shoe would. Then maybe we wrap a towel around the foot and kind of pull it tight a couple times a day to get used to that pressure of having the shoe on. Then maybe we wear a shoe untied, maybe laces out for 10 minutes a day. Then maybe we wear a shoe with the laces in, still untied for a little bit, and then we put on a shoe and tie the laces. Okay, so do you see that progression to wearing a shoe? You're slowly approaching wearing the shoe. Wearing a shoe is two things. There's a sensation, the rubbing of the shoe on our foot, and there's also the pressure of the shoe, the tightness that the shoe feels. So maybe start with a looser shoe and then work up to a tighter shoe. The cramping, the dystonia, all of those things, those are alarm reactions. So easier said than done, but try not to pay too much attention on that. If you feel cramping, try to stretch the foot in different ways, move the foot during that time if possible. But yeah, that would be my approach is first try to approach wearing the shoe. And then when it comes to exercise, I know that this is really hard, but when I was in pain, I would go to the gym with my walker or whatever I used to get around, and I would exercise my upper body. I couldn't exercise my lower body because of my foot, but I would do all the exercises for my upper body. The reason for that is because exercise releases natural painkillers into your body, and it gives you a sense of pride because you went and you moved, you did something. It sounds like being fit and healthy was something that was important to you. So even though we're in pain, let's try to go back to that. Okay. Maybe you can find a gym that has a cardio machine that is just that moves your arms. I know some gyms have those. It's like a wheel for your arms. Maybe try to find a gym like that, depending on where you're at in Australia. They might have one. Um, but I would start to lean into activities that used to bring you joy, like fitness, okay, and start to work on training the foot to tolerate things like being in a shoe. Okay, so small steps going back to these things. Less focus on symptoms, even though they're horrible, more focus on function. That makes sense? Okay. Whew, that was a long one. I don't know how long I was talking. Over an hour. Okay, so this is our longest Q&A yet, and it makes me really excited. I'm excited to bring it to you guys. Again, if you find these helpful, you want your questions answered, comment down below. Also, please like and subscribe and share this video if you think there's people that have these questions that might benefit from hearing the answers. Okay. Remember, the biggest thing with CRPS is fear of what's going on. The more that we can simplify what we're feeling in our mind and our brain and see a path out, the less and less pain we will have. Okay. Last thing I want to reiterate is this does get better. Okay, I want you to remind yourself of that. And moving forward, whenever you're having flares, whenever you're having a bad day, I want you to remind yourself tomorrow will be different and continue on. Okay, easier said than done. If you need to come back to this video and hear that, just that part, go ahead and do it.
Hello there, and welcome to Q&A number 4. Firstly, I want to say sorry for the delay on this. I know I'm a day late. Yesterday, February 7th, was my birthday. So I was trying to do it last night, and one of the things us CRPS folks have in common is we're not the best at, setting boundaries or caring for ourselves sometimes. Sometimes we will put the needs of others before ourselves, and that can cause a lot of undue stress for us. So I really wanted to get it out to you yesterday, but it being my birthday, I will not lie, I prioritized going in and enjoying some dinner with family. So thank you so much again for your patience, and I'm really excited to get into this one because the last one, I thought we had a lot of questions then. We have even more this time. So I'm super excited to share that with you. Whether you're watching this on YouTube or from within my 8-week self-guided course that just came out on February 1st, I'm excited to share it with you. For those of you that don't know about my 8-week self-guided course for CRPS, I have created a program that is completely self-guided. You can take at any time, and you'll be able to go through 8 different modules that could take you anywhere from 8 weeks to 32 weeks. And those modules contain all of my knowledge from the past decade of not only dealing with CRPS, but treating it every day at some of the top hospitals in the country. So if you're interested in that course, and while I've been talking, you've been seeing some images or video from that course, you can go to my website, thewindowpane.com, and click on the button that leads you to the courses, and you'll be able to go ahead and enroll there. You can enroll at any time. You can go through it at your own pace. Every single week, you will have a lecture module. You will also have a video of one of my pain coaching clients that I'm working with, so you can see them absorb the information from the lecture. And then additionally, you will have recommended readings. I think throughout the course, I end up recommending something like 12 or 15 books. So all the knowledge from all my years right in one place for you for a very, what I think is a low price. When I was going through CRPS, I didn't have any money. And so when I saw all these treatments that other people were offering, these different clinics or getaways or retreats, they're $12,000, $20,000, $100,000 out of pocket. And I was like, I never would have been able to afford something like that. So I wanted to bring you something that you could check out if you felt like it, and use. And so there's a bunch of different payment options, a bunch of different things for you. So hopefully it's attainable for you. And if not, keep absorbing the free information. If you're not on my email list, go to my website, thewindowpane.com, and join that. Every week I'm sending out free information, notifications of these videos, etc. So thank you to everyone who's been supporting these Q&As. Thank you to everyone who is in the course already. And also thank you to everyone who has just been in the Facebook group sharing their wins and victories every week. I really love reading it. It's been fantastic. So if you're not in my Facebook group yet, that's just the Window Pane on Facebook. You can check that out. So I won't be able to do this in one take because my dinner is on its way right now. So eventually I'll be interrupted. So that'll end our one take streak. But let's go ahead and jump into the first question here. Okay. So one of the very first question is talking about, could you do a video on different exercises that you do with your clients to help with range of motion in the hands and feet? Yeah, that is a video planned in the pipeline. That's already something that's within my 8-week course, but I will have a video coming out talking about that, and in even not only range of motion, but strengthening exercises, desensitization exercises, all kinds of stuff. So yes, Jess, that'll be coming 100%. All right, let's see. We've got Sandy. I've always been a fight or flight breather as long as I can remember. I know when I concentrate on breathing from my stomach, it does lessen my pain. I've tried so many techniques. I guess I'm wondering if some others go through this with CRPS. I always struggle with it. Will it one day come naturally? Practice is what changes it. If you've always been a certain way, just like if you've always, like me, I always want to snack on trail mix. It's very hard for me to stop snacking in that way. And so breathing, if you've been breathing like that your whole life, that's a very hard thing to change. But practice will change it as time goes on. If you also want to get out of fight or flight and calm the breathing, there are some apps that I recommend. The app that I would recommend is Insight Timer. There's a little icon of it right there. And there are 3 artists on the app that I would recommend, particularly Kate James, Vina Urigal, and Vidyamala Birch. They have body scan meditations that help you scan your whole body and relax and breathe naturally and slowly. And that takes us out of fight or flight and puts us into rest and digest, that relaxation mode. Remember, CRPS is a hyperactive nervous system, meaning our nervous system alarm, which I've talked about before, is overreacting. It's going off constantly. The way we reprogram that alarm is we start practicing the opposite of what's happening, that fight or flight, and we start practicing the rest and digest, the parasympathetic. So moving from, as I mentioned previously, the sympathetic overloaded nervous system to the parasympathetic nervous system through some techniques that you'll see in this image here. Okay. But yes, absolutely. That is something you can change. You can always learn new things for your body. We are learning constantly throughout our life, whether it's a language or how to play piano or how to breathe differently. It just takes time. And I would also consider, what else in your life is leading to that fight or flight situation? Are there life stressors? Is there family turmoil, work turmoil? Is there what other things can you change besides practicing breathing to bring you out of fight or flight? I'll put up a diagram right here. That is a picture of what contributes to getting our alarm hyperactive. And I've gone over this in another video. But see those six categories there. Which of those six categories, from movement and posture to, our relationship with structures to the medication we're taking or our lifestyle or our personal factors, which of those can you address and change to start to bring you out of fight or flight? That's a good question to ask yourself, and maybe that'll find you a starting point. Okay, Kimberly, I have twitching, spasms, terrible leg muscle cramps at night, sometimes waking up from a dead sleep, only walking around, and pain meds seems to help. I've tried switching different sleeping positions. I take magnesium supplements and prescription muscle relaxer before bed. I do several PT leg exercises 3 to 4 times a week. I walk 6 to 7 days a week outside at least a mile, even though it's painful because I know the move it or lose it thought process. I've gotten it's I've gotten tolerable using desensitization techniques, so I'm able to wear shoes and socks. Still uncomfortable, but I can occupy my mind to not focus on the pain, and that helps some. But the cramps and spasms and twitching, I'm at a loss on this because I'm usually asleep when it happens. Any other ideas? Sure. Before sleep, just like I mentioned before, what is your process? Are you doing maybe a meditation like I just previously mentioned in Sandy's question? Or do you have a sleep routine? Do you have a process to calm down before sleep? Sometimes this twitching and this cramping can be a factor of our nervous system being overloaded. It can actually even be, like restless leg syndrome. That can sometimes be an anxiety-induced response. So what are we doing to prepare for sleep? Some of the things that I recommend for my clients is have a sleep routine, have a certain set of clothes that you wear to prep your mind for bed. Have a sleep time tea, like a chamomile tea and honey that you drink every night to prepare your mind for bed. Have a hygiene routine before you get into bed. And then other things like controlling the temperature of your house or your room better. If you can fall asleep more effectively, then you can stay asleep more effectively. And you might find that over time, not right away, of course, that cramps and the spasming and the twitching starts to come down. If you're not on my email list yet, Kimberly, I would join that. I send out my sleep toolkit every now and then to new subscribers, and that has 10 items to help with sleep. So that's a free toolkit I send out. So you can find that there. Donna, any recommendations on how to reduce CRPS flare-ups during cold days and nights, and how to handle, and then same thing with Gina, how to handle or reduce symptoms during the cold weather? Okay, so with our nervous system hyperactive, any change, we're going to sense it. Okay, again, consider it like a house alarm that's malfunctioning. So it's malfunctioning so much that when you step out of bed or like knock something over in the kitchen, the whole house alarm goes off. So when we're having cold weather, or we're having pressure changes, or we're having our menstrual cycle for the women here, you will have the alarm going off. And so the same strategy applies with calming the alarm. Think of those 6 factors I mentioned in Sandy's question. What of those things can you change to start to calm the alarm down? Okay. Then the symptoms of those other alarm malfunctions, like the feeling in the cold and the feeling, some people get feelings when it's hot. Those will start to come down as the alarm calms down. It won't be overreacting so much. The way I kind of phrase it is like the house alarm's going off and the sink is turning on and the lights are flashing. No house alarm does that. That's working properly, right? That could be some wiring issues. And so the way we reprogram that is by starting to calm the alarm as much as possible. And then you'll notice those symptoms from cold weather or pressure changes or even our menstrual cycle will start to reduce. Okay. Otherwise, what I would do is when you start to feel symptoms during the cold, you use heat or something on your limbs as tolerable to kind of mitigate that change in temperature. If we need to turn the house up a little bit without everyone melting or something like that, then that's what I would recommend for now until the alarm starts to come down again. Okay. Okay. Brid. Hi, Chase. I'm wondering if you could discuss a bit about CRPS after a partial wrist fusion. Had a four-cornered fusion of the right wrist due to Pfizer's disease. I had a failed fusion due to non-union, and then 6 months later, a more successful surgery. And then a year from this, hardware removed. I am 3 months post hardware removal. The wrist essentially feels like it's turned to stone. The small missed movement that I could achieve through physio is not being achieved due to unbearable pain. CRPS pain and then pain from how stiff the wrist and surrounding muscles are. I do some desensitization and movement exercises. I take medications, but I'm getting nowhere. I don't have much interventions. Doctors seem to pass me along to another. If I use the hand wrist much, I'm in pain and find it makes my life harder with 3 young kids. So I am avoiding to a certain extent. I'm a mental health nurse and off work 2 years. I'm being told with the fusions I may never work again in many areas due to my limitations. Have you experienced or insights in this kind of situation? Thank you. Yeah, Brid, you're not alone in your experience of multiple surgeries and then having CRPS afterwards. There have been a ton of break-ins to your house. A surgery, the body counts that as a break-in, just like the body counts the stress, of being a mom to 3 young kids. Okay, and then the stress of the pressures of trying to return to work. So that's a lot of different stress avenues that are contributing to the alarm that you're having here. Um, what I would ask you if I was working on you one-on-one is I would say, what is considered too much? How much movement is too much? For me, too much movement in the beginning was wiggling my toes more than 5 times. So I would wiggle my toes, 4 or only 5 times. And so that's what I would say. I would say find your limit and go underneath that limit just a little bit, moving slowly up and up and up as things get more tolerable. So avoiding it, for sure is not going to change anything because if you avoid it, then your nervous system and your body and your brain never learn how to handle the movement, and you need the movement for work and for life. So what I would do is I would not avoid this. And I would find the smallest amount of movement that is tolerable and start there and go very slow. That's the problem with a lot of physical therapy. The providers are under pressure from insurance companies or what have you, and they need to get some certain level of metrics of improvement. Otherwise, they will drop you. The insurance company is not the PT, right? So they're under pressure. So what I would say is start as small as you possibly need to and improve over time. For me, to give you an idea, it was 5 toe wiggles a week, and then it was 10 toe wiggles a week as tolerable. Okay, so it starts small, but then eventually you're getting to moving the hand, moving the wrist, etc. So as small as you need to start, and then move up from there. I know that's not the funnest answer, but that is the strategy I would apply if working with you. Additionally, I would explore the stressors in your life I know as a mental health nurse, you know how mental health can take a toll on things. I can imagine that there's a lot of things that might be very difficult right now, and I would figure out an avenue to start to reduce that stress in small amounts as best as you can. We can't change everything right away, but there's always something we can do to make our day 1% better. And remember, the power of 1%, 1% better a day is 37 times better at the end of the year. So I hope that's helpful. If you want to reach out to me yeah, in a consult or something, I'd love that. But anyways, that's my advice for now. Okay, Trisha, any additional tips for managing pain while on my feet all day? I sit when possible, wear comfortable shoes, switch to supportive sliders, massage stretch as often as possible, but the pain still worsens as the day goes on. What else could help? So sometimes as we're on the road to reducing pain, and there's unavoidable situations. And for you, I know you're a teacher. There are some unavoidable situations when it comes to going through our day as a teacher. So I think you're doing everything right now. You're resting when possible. You're massaging, you're stretching as much as you need to. I think that you're doing everything right, and I would stay the course. You've been steadily improving since I've watched you from the beginning, Trisha, and so don't look into it too much. I know that easier said than done, but my recommendation would be continue forward. Rest more if you need to, or rest more on the weekends if you need to when you're not at work. And that I think would be the best course of action for you. If you need to use something, like a pedicure foot spa or something to like relax afterwards, in addition to the massage, then go for it. But yeah, allow yourself rest and continue forward. Your body's getting used to walking and moving again, because remember, you weren't for a while. So it's going to take some time. Jess, I have another question. How do you push through the pain? I have guarded my hand and no longer have the fear to try and use it, but when I do, I have to stop when it hurts at a certain point and tell myself that this is okay and this certain movement shouldn't hurt. Yeah, so that's good. That mental refresher that like, okay, this movement is normal. It shouldn't be hurting at this point, like reassuring yourself. But also at the same time, listen to your body. When we say push through the pain, I don't mean push to um, such an extent that you're crying or you're reeling or anything like that. We want to poke the bear of pain, but we don't want to wake it up. Does that make sense? We go slowly forward. And if we end up having a flare in relation to our pain or anything like that, then we take a step back and we reevaluate and we say, okay, this was too much for me, so I'm going to do a little bit less. And again, over time, it gets easier and easier and easier. Okay, the brain is learning what is safe again. For whatever reason, our nervous system, whether it was due to a surgery or life events, etc., is hyperactive. The only way to calm it down is to give it the information of this movement and this activity. So great question. Amy, does RLS and CRPS like to hang out together? I've had RLS randomly for many years, way before being diagnosed with CRPS. Inquiring minds would like to know. I like that, Amy. Very, very cool. Um, Restless leg syndrome. Yeah. Yeah, they do correlate. As you know from working with me, CRPS is a very much mediated by stress and emotion, and so is restless leg syndrome. That anxiety and feeling that we get at night when we're going to bed, and all of our thoughts are ruminating, and we're thinking in spirals and feeling depressed or down because it's dark and we're alone. That could lead to us having some restless leg syndrome, some anxious symptoms. With restless leg syndrome, you know, you're so anxious that your body is almost like trying to make you run. That's the way I visualize it. The few panic attacks I've had in my life, every single time was in bed at night, and it felt like I was trying to run away. I was moving my legs so much. And so, yeah, in that regard, restless leg syndrome and CRPS have a correlation with each other. But again, correlation is not causation. It's just something that's related. Other conditions that seem to be, hooked on to CRPS, other alphabet type conditions, as I like to call them. You'll see often POTS or AMPS or FND. or fibromyalgia or thoracic outlet syndrome. New ones that I've been seeing popping around are chronic Lyme, chronic fatigue, mast cell activation syndrome. All of these things, in my opinion, are a consequence of an overactive nervous system and overactive alarm system. And so the body begins behaving in strange ways because of that overactiveness. And so again, as we start to desensitize, bring down and calm the alarm, we'll see these symptoms also start to come down because the alarm doesn't need to sound off as much anymore. If we can get into a position where we're stuck in fight or flight because of neuroplasticity and the things in our lives and the surgeries, et cetera, then by virtue of the fact that we could get there, in my belief, we can get out of it or at least reduce it. Okay, so we'll work on that, and you've seen some examples already on the process there. Okay. Have you dealt with anyone who had nerve damage after a DRG trial, specifically where it was located after leads were removed? Yeah, so I've had plenty of patients and clients who have nerve damage. I myself, as someone who is dealing with type 2 CRPS due to potentially nerve damage, um, am fully better. Okay. Nerve damage isn't necessarily a reason for pain. And how do I know this? Have you ever seen an amputee? Amputees literally have their legs cut off or their arms cut off, gone. Nerves are super damaged because they're by virtue of the fact they're cut in half. And not only nerves, but bones, blood vessel, muscle tissue, etc. And only a certain percentage of amputees have phantom limb pain. Okay, so nerve damage is really neither here nor there. The process is still the same. We need to calm the nervous system. We need to re-educate the nerves. And that's why amputees, even amputees, will do desensitization to re-educate the nerves of the amputated limb. Okay, and the surrounding areas there. So yeah, I have dealt with people in that situation, but that doesn't change the process by which we address the pain. Melissa, what do you do when you have multiple other diseases, conditions, and all you hear from your doctor is you may have CRPS, but because of this condition or that disease, you're unable to be treated for it? Um, so Melissa, actually, everything that I advocate for isn't is are things that you could do from your own home. There's not necessarily medications that I'm pushing or procedures that I'm pushing or anything like that. I definitely feel for you that it's a hard situation, but there are 100% things that you can do, whether it's on your own or working with a physical therapist or a pain specialist to address this pain. And I need to know you, more one-on-one to understand what that might look like for you. But go through my other videos and I'm sure you can find things that you could at least start with. Angela, my daughter has been told keyhole surgery is now the answer, so on emergency list for this. Will this make the pain worse? And if they can't find anything on MRI, X-ray, is this the correct procedure to upset nerves even more? In my opinion, it's another break-in procedure. Now, as a disclaimer, I don't know your daughter's medical history entirely, so I can't really like speak too much on this, but in a vague sense, in an objective sense, or when I'm looking at someone who has CRPS, I don't know that more exploration or more surgical intervention is the best idea because again, we have a hyperactive alarm system, and if we have another surgery, that's another quote unquote break-in. And so for me, I would say that I wouldn't be in favor of something like that. Um, but I'd have to know her medical history more, and I'd have to understand, those sides of things before I could make like a judgment on whether this is good or not. But if you can't find anything on MRI, and this surgery is just to like search for something, and she's already been diagnosed with CRPS, I'm not sure what the benefit would be. That's my opinion there. And give me 1 second. This is where you'll see a cut because I believe my food just got here. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back and I've adjusted the lighting so I don't look so blue and purple all the time. Okay. Kelly, this question refers to my FBSS, failed back surgery syndrome, rather than my CRPS. Lower back pain has really ramped up since I've been going to the gym, trying to get stronger and desensitize the CRPS. I've been on Oxycontin since the back surgery in 2019. I take it 4 times a day, every 6 hours. To say it doesn't last 6 hours anymore is an understatement, and my goal is to wean down my dose, but oh my God, the pain I feel after the gym for the next 2 days is awful. It seems like the oxy is only giving me about 1.5 hours of relief. Do you have suggestions for what I can do when the worsening back pain and when the meds aren't hitting it? I stretch, hot water bottle, and lately even a short walk is hurting me more. Yeah, Kelly. So, when you are doing anything new, which going to the gym and trying to get stronger is something new, you're going to get soreness. Soreness from using those muscles, especially when you have a nervous system that is hypersensitive to new stimulus. So you're not only having the soreness, but you're having soreness that is amplified. But the fact that you said this soreness lasts about 2 days tells me that's purely related to using those muscles. So even though it's frustrating, this is kind of part of the process. Actually, soreness lasting about 48 hours is kind of the goal for someone who is trying to get stronger. If I go to the gym and I don't feel sore, in some sense, then I'm a little bit disappointed because that soreness shows me that I did enough to start to get stronger. For you, what I would suggest is maybe ease back on some of the activities at the gym just a little bit when you're feeling this soreness. Give yourself some time to recover a little bit more, and then go back into it. Okay, so that's what I would suggest when it comes to mitigating that soreness. But the soreness, in certain ways, is a good thing too. So it's about finding a balance there. And we can talk about that. You work with me privately, so we'll talk about that some more. But great question. Okay, another Kelly. When did you get your movement back in your toes? Some days I have some movement. Other days they are stiff as a board. Been doing physical weekly for almost 2 years. Is it more of a physio aspect or getting your nervous system back in order that helps with that? I would say it's both. Our nervous system is all over our body. It's mitigated by both physical stimulus and emotional and mental stimulus. So I would say it's both. What I would suggest for you to do is on the days when you don't have movement, when the days that it's stiff as a board, I would ask you to inquire about what's going on those days. Are those days that life is more stressful? Is it a Monday, versus a Friday? What's the pattern? And then look and see, what contributing factors are part of that pattern. Is it life stuff or is it physical stuff that you're doing? Um, I didn't like get my movement in my toes back in like a way that all of a sudden I just had it. It was a gradual process, slowly but surely. And then even on those stiff days, if you can tolerate it, I would try to move them, press your fingers against them gently or a pillow against them. Even on the stiff days, I would continue to try to move them to give them that feedback. So yeah, to answer your question, it's a combination of both physio and calming the nervous system as much as possible. Okay, so I have two questions here that I'm reminding myself about. So Teresa said, what are the best apps for rewiring the brain? So you can use any type of meditation app. The app that I like is Insight Timer, which I've mentioned earlier. But other apps are Calm. The YouTube app to look up non-sleep deep rest (NSDR) recordings or yoga nidra recordings to calm the nervous system. There's a plethora of things that you can do for calming apps. Meditation is the first place I go, but even apps that have like relaxing brain games or relaxing images for you to look at would be really helpful too. And then Christy said, mast cell syndrome. What type of doctor do you see? Why are CRPS and mast cell syndrome seem to go together? Again, uh, as time goes on, I see more and more pointing to all of these different conditions seeming to be associated with CRPS. In my view, it's all a consequence of a hyperactive and overreactive nervous system. Okay. That could be the nervous system could be activating certain cells. It could be causing us to be dizzy, short of breath, extra fatigued because of that overload that we're in. All kinds of those things. So that's why they seem to go together, is because they're kind of, in certain ways, the same type of problem, an overactive sympathetic nervous system. Leah, I read somewhere that CRPS can act as an Opiate receptor blocker. Is this true? I had a doctor taper me off opiates, oxycodone and fentanyl in 2019 because they just didn't seem to be working anymore. CRPS started 18 years ago. Okay, so CRPS is a nervous system condition. Opiates seem to work more on pain that is originating from like muscles or bones. In the nervous system, it's kind of hard to get benefit from opiates. I know that a lot of you are hearing this and saying, "Well, I feel benefit from it." I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that you feel some benefit or feel relaxed or more uh, calm or out of it sometimes. That's how I felt when you're on opioids. Okay, I understand that. But the medications that actually target the nervous system are things like gabapentin and pregabalin or Lyrica. And that is desensitizing our nervous system specifically to calm things down. So opioids aren't necessarily an opiate receptor blocker. CRPS isn't necessarily blocking the opiate receptors. It's just that the opioids aren't necessarily fully effective on CRPS. And then additionally, with long-term opioid use, you can get something called opioid-induced hyperalgesia or allodynia. And as you know, allodynia and hyperalgesia are part of CRPS, that sensitivity to touch and things that shouldn't be sensitive. So that is why we look at trying to wean off these medications because sometimes it can end up that the medications are causing some of those symptoms. That's why in the CRPS groups, you see people saying, is anyone else having skin rash or is anyone else having gastroparesis? Is anyone else having this or this or that? A lot of times, the reason those conditions are developing alongside CRPS isn't because of CRPS causing it. It's because of the medications and the lifestyle we're leading while dealing with the pain of CRPS. Okay. Hopefully, that is both eye-opening and relieving to know that CRPS isn't necessarily the direct cause of these things, but a consequence of the things we're doing to manage the pain. Okay. So weaning off opioids is the correct move eventually as the pain starts to come down and we start to move towards life again. Okay, so I think the doctor had the right idea with doing that, and hopefully that was helpful for you. Or maybe you noticed. I know some people when they start to wean off opioids, they notice their pain coming down because that opioid-induced hyperalgesia or allodynia starts to reduce as well. Karen, why do I have symptoms while I'm awake, but when I sleep, I don't have any and my foot gets warm? Almost as my body resets while I'm asleep. Yeah, Karen, I mean, you're spot on. When you're asleep, your body is no longer in fight or flight, it is in rest or digest. So the sympathetic nervous system is named fight or flight or freeze, and the parasympathetic nervous system is rest and digest. So when you go to sleep, if you're getting a restful sleep, you're going to have a calmed nervous system. And then, of course, those symptoms are going to calm down. Of course, your body is quote unquote resetting, as you say, while you're sleeping. That makes perfect sense, especially with the way I present CRPS as the condition is. Okay. An overactive nervous system, when we calm it, of course, the symptoms go away. Now, let's just see if we can calm it during the day when we're awake. That's the next step. Okay. Next question. I get really irritating, restless itch from time to time, and nothing helps when it happens. Any ideas on what to do? So from an itch standpoint, the only thing that comes to mind for me is like a bag of cold peas. That seems to be the remedy for me when I have an itch. I would be looking into what kind of soaps you're using. Remember, if the nervous system is hyperactive, sometimes things that aren't necessarily irritating can be irritating. Sometimes we'll get worse reaction to pollen and have worse allergies. Sometimes with that worse allergies, we'll have more of a reaction to our laundry detergent or our soaps in the shower. So I would experiment with that and see if that makes any difference. Switch out some of your soaps, one soap at a time, so that we're not throwing too many variables. But that would be my idea. And again, as we calm the nervous system, in theory, the itching would start to calm as well. Jen, I continually swell up in my right hand. I continually wiggle my fingers and change my position, but it creeps back. I have used a compression sleeve and it reduces swelling, but where the sleeve ends, my arm swells. If the cuff of my shirt sleeve sits on my hand, I can see swelling where it touches my hand. Any suggestion to control this swelling or edema? I have used ice and heat. Okay, so the first thing that comes to mind is hydration. You're already moving your hand. You're already using some compression things. So the next thing I would consider is hydration. How hydrated are you? If you need to, you can pick up an electrolyte drink of some sort. I'll put a brand that I like there. It just has cool flavors. You can pick any brand. But I would consider that. See how that helps with the swelling. I would continue to actually expose your hand to touch where your sleeve shirt touches your hand. I would actually experiment with touching your hand more as tolerable to try and calm down the hand alarm that seems to be going off. Giving the hand more information is going to be key. You can also use something like kinesio tape, which I'm going to put here, and you can tape it in a gentle position to kind of like pull the skin up. And that pulling the skin up will actually allow for some of that edema or some of that fluid to dissipate a little bit. Okay, so if you can tolerate tape, kinesio tape, which is a little bit less irritating than something like duct tape, right? If you can tolerate kinesio tape on the hand, try that. And I'll put an image here of a hand that's kinesio taped. Maybe if I can find one for like fluid drainage potentially. Okay. The great thing about kinesio tape is whether it's helping the drainage or not, it's giving your hand sensory feedback by virtue of the fact that it's pulling on the skin and giving the brain feedback that the hand is okay, the hand is safe. And also, if you're using kinesio tape to give your hand sensory feedback, I would tape both hands, even if the other hand isn't swelling, because the brain likes to understand what's happening on each side of it. Okay, so the brain's uh, image of our body parts is mirrored from side to side. So I'll show the homunculus here, the motor sensory cortex. You can see that it's mirrored from side to side, hand lining up with hand. And so that's a reason why, as the nervous system becomes more hyperactive, we see things happen like spreading to another hand. It's not because CRPS is like a venom that's like moved over to our other hand. It's because the brain's map of the hand has become smudged, and in order to unsmudge it and unlock the map, we need to give the brain more information. So taping on both sides, or when you do an exercise with your hand, do it with both hands at the same time. That's going to help update the brain's map in both areas. And I think that'll be really helpful also. Um, so yeah, if another thing that would be really good for potentially the swelling of the hand is squeezing a ball with the hand if you can tolerate it. So I would let me grab the ball. I have some right here. I also have kinesio tape. So this is the kinesio tape. Okay. And you can see that the tape is on the athlete there. And then here are some, they're just grip trainer balls. You can look up on YouTube, strength training grip ball or strength training stress ball. What I would do is on the affected hand, I would use the soft ball and squeeze that as hard or as gently as you can. And then on the unaffected hand, I would use a harder ball and squeeze it at the same time. Because remember, we're updating both parts of the brain while doing that. That's why we do things like mirror therapy to update the brain's map. Okay. Especially in mirror therapy and amputees, we're updating the map. And that's why mirror therapy works for CRPS as well for some people. Jen, my physical therapist doesn't know what to do for CRPS specifically. He has had me building up my strength through exercise and strengthening. He has worked on muscles that are trying to contract in my thigh and hip, but he just says, I'm sorry about your foot. What or where can I direct him so he can learn how to help me? Jen, I have done this with a ton of my clients and people who aren't working with me directly, who are just absorbing my free information. You are more than welcome to reach out to me in messages and get my contact info, and I'd be happy to talk with him. Otherwise, could direct him to my YouTube, have him watch some videos that I've put up, specifically the one about desensitization on YouTube. And I'll put that here, the thumbnail, so you can see which one I'm talking about. Have him watch that and maybe give him some ideas in that sense. I've had multiple physical therapists calling me and picking my brain, so I do not mind to do that. So feel free to reach out in messages on Facebook, and I'd be happy to connect with them. Karen, hi Chase. Thanks for your videos. They are so great. Well, thank you, Karen. You summarize so eloquently what I've learned the hard way since my injuries 25 years ago. I wish I knew this sooner. Me too. Me too. I wish 10 years ago I existed from the future. I don't know. But yes, I do wish that I had some of this earlier. Um, my current question is re-injury. I had a significant skiing accident and re-injured my quote unquote CRPS leg 3 weeks ago. So hard for me to know what is normal tissue pain and what is CRPS pain. I refuse the immobilization boot and I'm trying range of motion as much as possible, taking vitamin C. Otherwise, any ideas? So firstly, it's only been 3 weeks, 4 weeks now since this question. No matter what it is, whether it's normal tissue pain or CRPS pain, the plan is still the same. The plan is still the same. Yep, just like you said, we keep moving. We introduce weight bearing as tolerated, and we slowly, with graded exposure, return to walking or moving. So no matter what the pain is from, no matter what it's due to, the plan is still the same. With CRPS, I really believe the antidote is keep it as simple as possible, be as calm as possible, and move forward. And I would also encourage you to just call it your right or left leg instead of your quote unquote CRPS leg. I know that you did that for the purpose of this question, but I joke a lot with my clients that you should be careful what you say because it can hear you. Okay, so if we call something our bad leg or our bad back or our bad shoulder, we're going to treat it that way subconsciously. When we have a bad shoulder, when we go to reach for something with that arm, we're going to be more protective of that shoulder. So I would encourage you to call it right or left. You probably do that already, given that you were skiing, but you're going to get back to skiing. Okay, it's going to be fine. Continue to move around, continue to try to put weight down on the foot as much as you can. And over time, it'll get better. All injuries, all tissue injuries heal typically within 4 to 16 weeks. Okay, so you're getting close to that 4 week mark. It's going to get better. Promise. Promise, promise. Okay. Kelly, dealing with the long sighs and those looks you get from those who don't understand. In my case, it's often my adult kiddos. I get it. I used to kind of roll my eyes at those who always claim to be in pain. I thought it was laziness or all in their head. It's hurtful. Even when you have experienced CRPS, no one gets it. How did you deal with that? Friends ask you out and you can't because of pain. Well, for me, it came to a point where I realized, I don't need to explain it to anyone. Um, it's my pain, it's my experience, and it's my responsibility. And so, yes, it is frustrating. Yes, it does hurt, but I can't control someone else's response. I just can't. That's just reality. That's just life. So if someone else is going to respond that way, it's out of my hands. All I can do is be honest with myself, honest with them, and say, I'm hurting and I'm really sorry, but I can't go out this time, but I want to in the future. That's how I dealt with it. At first, I would get really angry. At first, I would, seethe within myself that no one understands and no one cares, etc. But people are complex inside and out. They have their own lives that they're living. They have their own things going on, and I can't attribute malice to them if it's really just misunderstanding, it's not their job to understand what's going on with me. It's my job to just explain. And then if they get it or don't get it, that's out of my hands. So I know, maybe that's not the best way to answer but really I realized I didn't owe anybody any explanation. This is what I was dealing with. This is my life. And I move forward from there. And so, yeah, that would be my advice, accept as much as you can that this is what you're dealing with. This is a personal fight you have. Educate as much as you feel like you need to, and then move forward because that's really your only choice. You can't, like I said, you can't change what's going on in their head. It's what's going on within you that you can control. Sarah, hi Chase. My CRPS in my right hand was triggered by a very small injury to my dominant hand and from restricting movement with buddy taping, bandage wrapping, and then eventually a wrist brace. Each stage led to more restricted areas. I have read that a compression sleeve could be helpful for pain, but could this cause further restriction to the movement that I have been working hard to accomplish? I want to move forward rather than back. Thank you in advance. So I'm of two minds on the compression sleeve. If you get a really, really light one, it might feel a little more supported and then you can still continue moving. If you get one that's like super firm or stiff or constricting, then that might lead to restriction of movement. But I wouldn't necessarily say that it's moving you backwards because the feeling of the sleeve on the wrist is giving feedback to the wrist and hand. Does that make sense? Like when you move, you're feeling that texture, much like the tape that I mentioned earlier. When you move, that tape is pulling the skin like this, and you're feeling that feedback, and the brain is getting all these messages teaching it. Okay. So, with a compression sleeve, I see pros and cons. Make sure it's loose fitting compression. Like I have some socks that are compression socks that aren't too tight. That might be the answer for you, is find a really loose fitting compression sleeve. But it's not forever. Okay. It is a temporary thing as we retrain our brain. Okay. So yeah, great question. That's my answer. Sarah, again, I have a second question. Is it possible for gabapentin to increase pain rather than making it better? Now that I'm only taking this medication, the pain is extreme in my upper arm due to a calcium deposit until it wears off the next day. The pain is extreme. If you're taking the medication and it's extreme, then I would consider weaning off the medication. Guys, if the medication isn't helpful, you don't have to take it. Okay. Speak with your provider about that and say, hey, this medication, I think it's like making my pain worse. And say, like, is there anything else that I could do, or can I wean down off of it? Is it okay to do that? If it's making your pain extreme, then I would consider reducing the amount in which you're taking. That would be my advice. And yes, for some people, gabapentin has the opposite effect. For me, both gabapentin and Lyrica seem to make my pain worse. I did not like them, and I did the same thing you're doing. I took them thinking that I was supposed to, and then I realized, they're not helping. So why am I doing this? And if I had expressed that to my doctor, they probably would have said the same thing. But yeah, that would be my advice. If it seems to not be helping, talk to your doctor about it and see if you can wean off or switch to something different as a bridge for now, not a road for life. Okay. Amy, good morning, Chase and fellow badasses. I'm currently traveling, so I haven't seen the latest video. If this has been touched on, please spin and point me where. Deep bone pain. Why am I feeling this incredibly painful, often sometimes paralyzing pain, and how do I get it to stop? Um, Amy, I'm gonna sound like a broken record a little bit here, but again, the alarm system does some weird stuff, and retraining the alarm is the answer. If you're having deep bone pain, I would suggest I know which Amy this is, I'm pretty sure. I would suggest you go and do some exercise, and the reason I say that is because Wolff's Law. Wolff's Law is the concept, which I've touched on before, that the more our bone is exposed to forces, the more that it remodels and gets stronger. So if you're putting weight on your body and you're doing exercises like leg presses or squats or sit to stands, etc., you're going to be building up your bone, which reverses that bone demineralization effect that we see from disuse while dealing with CRPS. And that deep bone pain you might find starts to decrease or go away. So that would be my answer. If we're gonna resolve the pain or resolve the weird alarm sensations, we need to calm the alarm and we need to strengthen the bones. Gidget, how can I deal with muscle spasm better on my own? My muscles tighten so much on my affected side that my hand and foot will go numb. I feel like they're being crushed. I've tried hot baths, heat pads, muscle creams with little relief. It feels like a nerve is pinched. Also, have you dealt with ketamine allergies and CRPS? I had a bad reaction in 2018. So firstly, the allergy portion, like I mentioned, when our nervous system is hyperactive, it might take not so kindly to different medications, or different stimulus like pollen, etc. And we might have an allergy response of that nature. Give me a second. I'm getting more and more blue and purple. Okay, there we go. I opened the blinds. That's much better, until the sun goes down. So yeah, it might happen sometimes. It sounds like you had a reaction in 2018. If you're still having ketamine, are you having it every time? If you are, how helpful is the ketamine? If you're not, then it must have just been the situation that your nervous system was ramped up to that level in 2018 for some reason. And my question would be, what happened in 2018? Was there something significant? That's something for you to explore. From a muscle spasm perspective, you are saying you've tried hot baths, heat pads, and muscle creams with little relief, and it feels like a nerve is pinched. Okay, so one thing I noticed when you say this is you say hot baths, heat bath, muscle creams. Those are all passive activities. They are not active activities. What I mean by that is you just kind of put it on. You're not actually doing something to move, right? So if it's in your hand and it feels like a nerve is pinched, I would suggest something called a nerve glide, okay? A median nerve glide, which is for the hand, is going to be like this. You're going to be holding a tray and you're going to go out to the side and you're going to dump the tray out, okay? Holding the tray, dump the tray. And you can add to that by moving the wrist. If this is too hard for you to glide the nerve, you can stay here and go like this. If that's too hard, you glide your nerve even by being down here and going like this. Okay. What that's doing is it's taking the nerve and it's flossing it through the canals that it runs through around the muscles and bones. And it's clearing out inflammation that's in there and giving the nerve information and might make it feel like it's less pinched or pinchy. Okay. That's a median nerve glide. Now I'm going to show you a sciatic nerve glide for the sciatic nerve, which we all know is a demon, as we've been told. Um, so that's gonna be like this. And fair warning, I have shorts on, so I don't want to jump scare you. But you're gonna sit like this. To glide the sciatic nerve, you're gonna kick your leg forward and let your head come down. Okay. This should be like a little dance. If that is too much for you, bring your head back as you kick up. That'll change how it feels. Might be easier. And if that is too much for you, just kick up like this. And if sitting down to do it is too much for you, you're going to lay down flat on your back and you're going to do it like this. And here's a picture of that nerve glide there. Okay. So yeah, try some of those nerve glides, whether it's affecting your hand or your foot. The median and sciatic nerve glide are fantastic. And if you need more nerve glides, just, go to YouTube and type in nerve glide, and I'm sure you'll get a ton of videos there on how to do it. But I would take a more active approach rather than this passive approach with the heating pads, the creams, and the hot baths. Even those are great. I would want to move and take control of this better. Okay, Pamela. Chase, I listened to your video. Awesome information. I might have missed on how to settle down a flare if you're not on a lot of meds. I have full body and I'm very active, but when a flare happens, I'm flat on my back. I would like to know ways to manage them. I've been managing for 22 years, but they seem to be getting more extreme. I do receive ketamine. I went once a month 5 years ago. Okay. So, kind of the same thing I've mentioned a few times. We want to calm the nervous system down in any way we can. For me, some of the things that calm my nervous system is burning a vanilla candle because they relax me. They were nostalgic for me in relation to my mom. Eating my favorite snack, watching my favorite movie, laying down and doing one of the meditations I've mentioned on the Insight Timer app. Anything you can think of to calm things down is going to calm down the flare. I would also recommend you remind yourself that flares are called flares for a reason. They burn out, okay? It's not going to be forever. I know that's easier said than done when you're in one, but maybe write down some mantras for when you have a flare that can help you get in the mindset that this is going to pass soon. Okay. It's really easy when we start a flare to start to worry that is this our new normal? Is this going to go on forever, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to find ways to interrupt that feeling, interrupt that thought process. Okay. Flares are closely tied to anxiety attacks in the sense that they can induce anxiety or they can be something that is brought on by anxiety. So things that can calm the anxiety, calm the fear is going to be the answer to managing the flare. Okay. And that's why ketamine seems to be helpful, is because ketamine is a tranquilizer. It makes you tranquil, it makes you calm. And so that's why we find relief in that sense, because it's calming down our nervous system, as I've talked about. Okay, Rose, I was recently diagnosed with CRPS, most likely the result from a third level cervical fusion. I need another cervical and lumbar surgery. Great pain from this Two condition plus CRPS. Okay. Neurosurgeon emphasized how surgery would most likely make CRPS much worse. That is scary. This is now too much. Bedridden. Any advice? Which do I choose first? Well, I would encourage you, without knowing your medical history, just knowing generally the outcomes when it comes to fusions, I would encourage you to research a little bit about these surgeries, okay? A place to start, let me grab a book that I have over here on the bookshelf. Give me a second. A place to start is going to be this book, Surgery, the Ultimate Placebo, by Ian Harris. This is written by an orthopedic surgeon, so someone who's performing spinal fusion surgeries, right? Orthopedic surgeons and neurosurgeons kind of tag team on these kinds of surgeries. Um, we do more surgeries in the history of the world on the back, and we have more back pain than we've ever had in the history of the world. So our back surgery is really the answer. That's something to ask yourself. I've had two back surgeries, and looking back with what I know now, I wonder if they were really necessary. So what I would say is consider that maybe surgery shouldn't be the only option. But again, I'm not entirely sure what your medical history is, so I'd actually have to talk with you a little more one-on-one to get a picture of that. But what I would say is, what are your other options besides surgery? Can you go after this conservatively? Can you do home health physical therapy? Can you start to move again slowly? That would be my question, and that would be the questions I would ask yourself. And I would also pick up and read this book. I think it's only in text version. I don't think there's an audio book, unfortunately, but it is quite eye-opening. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. So I would check out that book, A Surgery, the Ultimate Placebo by Ian Harris. Okay, Jose, I've heard a few CRPS doctors recommend digestive enzymes. What was your experience with diet during your fight with CRPS and your take on the importance of the gut microbiome on CRPS? Digestive enzymes could be helpful. My experience with diet on CRPS was I lost 60 pounds. I went from 210 to 150, and I'm 6'1". Okay, so I was a frail string bean walking around on my mom's walker by the time I started my road to get out of pain. My diet was not good. I couldn't eat. I ate maybe one protein bar and half a protein shake, and those protein bars were called Zone Perfect back then. I don't know if they exist, but I'll put a picture if they do. And I can't even look at them now because I ate so many. That was what I sustained myself off of, kind of. So, anyways, my gut was all kinds of messed up. But a big reason for that is because, remember, we're stuck in fight or flight, so we're not in rest and digest. Okay, so a way to help might be taking some digestive enzymes, sure, but also, relaxing as much as we can. And I'll show you a book that pertains to that. Let me grab it. It's on the shelf again. Actually, no, it's not. I just gave it to one of my patients at the hospital's mom to borrow. It's called Zebras Don't Get Ulcers by Robert Sapolsky. And he talks about how stress relates to our gut microbiome. So I would pick that up, Jose, or listen to it. And I believe you're in my 8-week self-guided program that I mentioned. So you're gonna run into that book eventually in one of the modules there. So look out for that. I think that one would be good for you to read. Julie, um, Julie has a long history here, and I'm gonna. Okay. Let me read this. If you want more info, please message me. I might do that, Julie. Everything started for me in 2013 after a really bad football accident. I tore all the ligaments, muscles, and tendons from the top of my left pelvis to the bottom of my left knee. Wow. I also fractured my left femur, ruptured my bursa sac, and broke the ball of my hip, and fractured the socket of my left hip. I had several reconstructive surgeries, then developed CRPS in my left hip, thigh, and pelvis. It ended up spreading to the whole leg and foot. It went 3 years undiagnosed, then another year between me before we started treatment. The first few treatments made it way worse. This is my question. I've had other injuries that made CRPS spread, but every time I've been able to start treatment in those areas have went into remission. Okay. I still have flare-ups in those areas, but it's not nearly as bad as my left hip leg. The only thing that helps my left hip or leg is my DRG. When that's not working, I'm bedridden. When it is working, I can live a pretty normal life. Nice. I still have to walk with a crutch and I still have precautions, but I'm always in pain. But with the DRG implant, it's manageable. Is my hip leg so much worse because it was not treated for years? Is that way I can recover, quote unquote, from CRPS in other areas of my body, but my left hip leg is not improving anymore? Oh man, you've been through a lot, Julie. You're like the Terminator here with all this reconstruction and everything. You're pretty strong, pretty strong. Everyone asking questions in this and watching this video is by virtue of the fact that, we're dealing with one of the most painful things anyone could experience. Um, but, it's complex, as to why you can recover in other areas, but not in the left leg. What's interesting is as I work with clients and patients, when I start to calm the nervous system, or when I give them the tools to do it and they do it themselves, when their nervous system sort of calms down, what I often see is if it has spread, because of, remember, the brain's map being smudged, if it has spread, what usually happens is it spreads or it retracts or it reverse spreads, despreads maybe, back to the original site. Okay. Like it comes down, like let's say it started in the left hand and it has spread to the right hand and both feet. What I usually see is feet get better, right hand gets better, and then left hand is the last remaining piece of the puzzle. So, you know, I wouldn't, I would say that there's more that needs to be explored as to what might be the quote unquote underlying factor that is leading to this pain in the hip. Obviously, you've had extensive surgery, extensive break-ins, but what else could be going on? I mean, this was back in, 2013, so we're 11 years out. What else goes on in life when when we're having more flares in the left hip? Or when you notice more flares in the other parts of your body that seem to flare from time to time, what kind of theme can you find outside of activity that is happening? I have clients that get more pain around the holidays, and that's not because they're, exercising more or anything like that. That might be because they're eating more poorly or because their in-laws are in town. Okay. And I say that and you might laugh at that. But that's stressful, and that can ramp up our nervous system. So we have to examine, how can we relate to our in-laws in a different way and manage our stress differently. So yeah, a lot to unpack there, but I would say I would look for that pattern, write down when we're having these flares, what is going on emotionally that is making this flare happen. And sometimes just noticing that, believe it or not, can reduce the flare because it reduces the fear that there's something wrong with our hip or our thigh. Okay. You're not a hip, Julie. You are a whole and complete and complex human being. And so we have to look at the complexities of being a human being to find the answer for why this area isn't recovering or reaching remission. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Hi, Chase. Thank you so much for all you do to try and help us and educate us as CRPS patients. Well, thanks, Becca. I appreciate that. I have cauda syndrome, which triggered full body CRPS after injuring my back, and I suffered right foot drop. Thankfully, I did many years of PT, worked very hard to relearn how to walk. I went from a wheelchair to a walker and then to a cane and AFO, which I've had for years. Thankfully, I was able to greatly improve the weakness in my right foot and lower extremity, and now I can walk unaided, for which I am so incredibly grateful for. Wow. Wow, Becca. First of all, bravo before I go to the rest of the question, but wow, super impressed by that. Um, okay. So, what else do we have here? I understand that you've discussed spreading in your other Q&As, but in 2020, I had a very minor surgery on my right foot and was not at all scared about it, and yet to actually receive the CRPS diagnosis despite having full body and internal organ involvement at the time. Nor was I going through anything particularly stressful, difficult emotionally. Despite living with severe chronic pain and a variety of other chronic health conditions, I do believe the power in positive thinking, etc. After I had the outpatient surgery, which was to remove a cyst on my right ankle, I soon developed four large cystic lesions and went through to the bone, spread throughout my foot. I also developed cellulitis, then osteomyelitis, and was told I very well may have to have my foot amputated. The wound healing was very, very slow and went from wound care to the hospital twice a week for 6 months, in addition to my own care at home. At the time, no one understood why or how this was happening to me, as I'm not diabetic, but I later learned that it was due to my immune system being affected by CRPS. Thankfully, I narrowly avoided losing my right foot, but I would appreciate your input as to why something like this could have happened. I did already have full body CRPS, so I'm not suggesting this was spread to the right foot, but I really appreciate your input, not only in my particular situation, but in also how CRPS affects the immune system in general. Whether a person has full body CRPS or only in one limb, what are your thoughts? So Becca, I would need some more information on you just in general, maybe one-on-one to really like fully answer this and understand everything underlying in your medical history, because it sounds like there's a lot more going on than just CRPS. But what I would say is, again, when we're stuck in fight or flight mode, the immune system isn't going to work that well. When we're in fight or flight, it's the same system that we use to run away from a lion. Okay. Our body redirects blood flow to where it's important, which is our extremities, because we have to use our muscles to run away or fight the lion. That's why with CRPS, we get, certain color changes in our limbs or swelling and things like that because of that redistribution. Our body also puts us into, as Sandy mentioned in question number two, fight or flight breathing, that actually not heavy, but fast breathing, those quick inhales and exhales, that chronic stressed out feeling. So yeah, of course, if our immune system is stuck in hyperdrive mode or fight or flight mode, then our immune system isn't going to do that well. But that's not necessarily due to CRPS. That's due to being stuck in fight or flight. Okay. CRPS is not, again, it's not a venom that's taking over the body. It is a nervous system that is hyperactive. Okay. So yeah, that would be my take. The reason why CRPS might show effects on the immune system is because of that hyperactive nervous system. But Becca, I'd like to talk to you more if you feel like it, and you can reach out to me on my website there for further consult if you're open to it or if you're looking for more help. Okay. Um, is that it? Oh, okay. So I think I've gotten to the last question there. Let me take a pause here and I'm going to pop over to Facebook and just make sure I haven't missed any questions. And then I'll also pop over to the self-guided program to make sure I haven't missed any questions that are popping up there. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I found a few more here. Okay, so let's see. I found a few from my Facebook and a few from another Facebook group that I'll answer, or one from another Facebook group. So, Wade, or actually, this is Karen. Not sure if it's too late to ask this question, but if this is still up, I want to give it a shot. This is Karen on my husband's Facebook. I broke my ankle 18 months ago and was diagnosed with CRPS by a former orthopedic doctor. I am open, mobile with good and bad days, but thank God my balance is back and I am walking. Awesome. The swelling is mostly gone. It's just on and off, pain and stiffness at this point. My question is why sometimes when I sit down and rest, my ankle up after being on it, after sitting for several minutes, when I get up to take a step, I have a shot of pain and will have to stand there and massage my ankle to get it going again. This does not happen every time I sit down, just sometimes if I'm up and moving it, once it gets going, it's okay. It's just sometimes after I rest it, this happens. Just wondering if this is common. Yeah, Karen, this is something that is common. If you're for anyone, who had any type of injury, not just CRPS, okay? If you're going and you're resting after walking, and then suddenly you're elevating the ankle, and then you go and quickly remove the elevation and step down onto it, you're going from a position where blood has started to flowing backwards, and you've moved it off and you've dropped it down, and then you started to step on it. It's kind of like you're shocking the system and not not giving it a chance to like wake up. So if you want to avoid this and having to massage to get it going, as you say, why don't you what you do instead is after you take the foot off the table or wherever you're elevating it, do some ankle pumps like this, pump the ankles up. Okay, so it look like this. Okay, do it pumping the ankles. Can you see that? like that, about 10 to 15 times, get the blood flowing, get the muscles contracting, and then stand up and go to take a step and see how that helps. I wouldn't fixate on it too much. It's not something that sounds super bad or scary to me in any way. It's just a sensation that you're having while you're retraining the system. But you're on the right track. I mean, your balance is back, you're walking, swelling's gone, you're just having on and off pain. This is the process by which we retrain the nervous system and get out of pain. So continue forward, Karen. I'm proud of you. You're doing good. Okay. Pat. Actually, I'll get to Pat's next. Rachel, is CRPS quote unquote curable? Do those in remission have an occasional flares? If yes, what are some typical triggers for flares? So, me personally, I don't approach CRPS as something that needs a cure. Okay. I don't align CRPS with, a disease like cancer. I think that that is fear inducing. I think that is scary. And so what I see CRPS as is something that needs the nervous system needs retraining. Okay, the nervous system needs comfort and care and a gradual approach to activity again. Okay, so in that sense, not only do I think it's possible to recover from CRPS, but so do most of the scientific community. If you go to, I'll try to find the link here, but I'm pretty sure it's the National Institute of Health in the UK. They say that 85% of people will fully recover from CRPS. And go on to live normal lives within the first 2 years. Okay. And even in the worst statistics that you can find, I think 10 years ago they were saying that only 30% of people get better. But the fact that people get better says that CRPS is quote unquote curable. Okay. And I see it all the time. I have articles on Google about my patients. I have testimony on YouTube and on my Facebook group about people getting better. So yes, in that sense, CRPS is quote unquote curable. But I don't really call it like a cure because I don't see it as like a disease in the traditional sense. I see it as a hyperactive nervous system. And the reason I use recovery instead of remission is because it's not something that is lying dormant. The reason that we would get a secondary flare or a recurrence of CRPS is again the nervous system becoming more hyperactive. So one of my clients that I'm working with now, I'm working with them for the first time, but this is their second bout of CRPS. And the reason, what seems to be that they were extremely stressed out at college. They were focusing almost entirely on their studies, having no social life whatsoever. And then all of a sudden they had this breaking point where their nervous system just said, nope, you know what, I'm done. And boom, here was this flare. So the triggers for flares, like in a recurrence of CRPS, are going to be overloaded nervous systems due to stress, due to the death of a family member, due to an estranged sister not talking to you, due to marital issues, due to financial issues, etc. And those reasons for triggers are often the very reasons that people end up with CRPS around an injury or without any injury at all, because the nervous system is ramping up. I myself developed CRPS after I had two back surgeries. The first back surgery was 6 months after my mother died. The second back surgery was 6 months after my brother died. And then I developed CRPS. I don't think that's coincidence. I think that my nervous system was through the roof and I couldn't calm it down. And eventually that pain developed. My alarm system was freaking out. To answer your questions, is CRPS curable? Yes, I say yes. Do those in remission have occasional flares? They could, but because their nervous system is getting hyperactive. And then, if yes, what are the triggers? Exactly what I just mentioned: stress, emotion, overwhelm, physically and mentally. I myself have not had pain for 7.5 years, and I say with confidence, I do not fear it coming back. And because I know that it would upset some of you potentially, I'm not going to do this, but I could take right now and hit my foot as hard as I want, and it would be fine. Okay. And so if some of you want to see that privately or something, let me know. I'll send you a video of that what you want. But I'm keeping the sock on. Okay, I'm just joking. But yeah, so there's a lot of fear and anxiety around CRPS. But I encourage you to look for the success stories. They're on Google. This one here, they're around. They're within the groups. If you look, people are saying how they got better, and it's generally the same stuff I'm saying, and they're not even people that worked with me. Okay, it's gradual exposure, gradual retraining of the nervous system, mind body work, meditation, relaxation, and setting boundaries in their life, and the pain comes down and they move on. Okay. Okay, now, Pat, the doctors where I live know little about CRPS. How can I educate them on what it is? Is there a way to give a presentation to a group of doctors using your video? Do you know where I would start with being able to do this? I would love to educate doctors in my area. Pat, what I'd like to do, you work with me, so I can get your address. I'd like to send you a bunch of my brochures and you can get them those brochures in their hands and they'll be able to watch my videos. Eventually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to offer CEUs, continuing education, for doctors to take my course and learn the ins and out of CRPS that I've learned along the way. So that's in the works. And if you want to help, I'd love to send you some brochures. Okay. And if anybody else wants some for their doctors, let me know. Maybe eventually I'll be able to do like an ordering system where I can send them to you for free and you can get them handed out. Okay. And then Christy, last one. I'm curious about your face and ear heating up. Mine has been doing this a lot. I feel the flush starting and then one side of my face and ear will turn bright red and burning hot. Is this normal for a lot of you? I've been keeping track of it and usually does slightly flare up of pain. So for Christy, I would recommend when you keep track of it, write down what emotions you might be feeling during that time. When we get angry, our faces turn red. When we get embarrassed, our faces turn red. When we have a nervousness about the future, we get a gut feeling. When someone breaks our heart, we feel a heartache or a heartbreak, and it hurts in our chest. Okay, so I would actually consider what is going on in life when that sensation is happening. And then I would also consider that, keeping track of this stuff might actually not be helpful. The alarm system, as I've mentioned through this whole video, is freaking out, and that's just the nature of the condition. Calming the alarm is the answer. We keep it simple. Find things to bring us calm, find ways to move back to activities we love and enjoy, and that is the process by which we calm the pain of CRPS. Okay, so that is Q&A number 4. The next one is going to be out. I'm going to give myself some grace. So 2 weeks from today, so February 15th, no, no, February 22nd, 2024. So keep an eye out for that. And if you want to ask questions, post them down below in YouTube, down below in the comments on our 8-week self-guided program, or on my weekly Facebook post in the Facebook group, The Window Pane. Thank you guys so much for watching. Again, sorry for the delay. This one took 3 takes because of the little breaks we had, but I hope it was helpful. And if you have any questions, of course, ask away or reach out to me on Facebook. I welcome it. Thanks again, guys, and I will see you in the next one. Take care. Hello there, and welcome to Q&A video number 5. This series has very quickly become my favorite series. I love answering your guys' questions and helping you understand what's going on with you more. The reason this is important is because if we can understand our pain and have pain explained to us in a better way, it's called pain education, then believe it or not, our pain will actually reduce. And that is shown in research right here. So that is why these Q&As are so important to me, because I know when I was going through the pain of CRPS, if someone could have explained it to me in a way that was simple for me to understand how to move forward, it would have made the world of difference. So I hope that you guys have been finding these helpful. Please continue to put questions down below on this video on YouTube or on the online course if you're seeing it there. And also please put questions down below on Facebook when I ask on my post in my group, The Window Pane on Facebook, for questions each week when I start to make these videos. So let's just jump right into it. I have my coffee with me and I'm going to try to do it in one take as usual. So if you see a jump cut, it means I failed. All right. So first question, Sandy says, I see a comment about mind over matter. How were you able to do it, and how long did it take? I've tried meditation, breathing exercises, turning to Jesus, therapy, exercising, etc. I have focused on the CRPS and pain for so long, I'm struggling with this. My anxiety and depression from CRPS and life circumstances are big obstacles. Okay, Sandy, so I feel ya. I think that CRPS itself steals a lot of our identity away from us. It makes life and moving forward very difficult. And so what I ended up doing myself is I thought to myself after so much time being in pain, I thought to myself, what makes me, Chase, me? You know, what are the qualities about me or the activities that I like to do that make me feel more like myself and separates me from the pain itself? And I actually made a list of those, and that is the inspiration for my better document that you can see here, that I have people in my online course and in my private coaching complete. And I used that document as a lighthouse, kind of a guide for me to move forward. And I said, you know, if I'm going to be in pain like this, regardless, you know, I've tried everything and feels like the pain's never going to go away. How can I move towards being myself again? So that would be my advice to start moving back towards what makes Sandy Sandy. You know, is it painting? Is it photography? Is it hanging out with your grandkids? And start doing those things more. And believe it or not, as we start to do that and we start to uncouple from the fixation and catastrophization of having this pain, the pain will actually begin to come down. Is this going to be something that's super easy? No. Is it going to take a lot of practice? Yes. We've dealt with CRPS for a long time, and anxiety and depression are hard things to overcome. But even if you remove the pain of CRPS and you think about anxiety and depression, that is also the process. You know, doing things that bring us joy, things that calm our system, and that is how we move forward. So we'll apply that here. And if you want, go ahead and pause the video now and you can fill out that better document as an exercise to help guide you forward. A lot of times it's very hard to feel hopeful, and I feel like this better document is really helpful to give you an image of what you might be like when you are quote unquote better a year from now. Okay, so that's the heart of the exercise. So I would encourage you to try that out and see if it doesn't make a difference. Okay, so Diane, our lives are turned upside down when we were diagnosed. The pain is unmanageable, and we have to figure out how to move forward with this. I had a purpose before, but since getting sick, I feel completely worthless. How are we supposed to live li our life like this? If we can't work, how do we live? This disease is so isolating. So, Diane, I would actually suggest the same thing to you. Using that either the document I just shared with Sandy or some other thing to identify what could give your life and you purpose and meaning. You know, what right now, not saying forever, could you do, even just today, to feel accomplished? You know, it might be something as simple as taking the time to make the bed, or cleaning up one room in your house, or doing one dish that's been in the sink for a while. Just small things each day to start building up to improvement. Remember my concept of 1%, and I'll show that graph here. 1% better each day leads to 37 times better at the end of a year. So just imagine what 1% can mean. Is that we take a shower today, you know, or we fold a few pieces of laundry today. That's all 1% is. And so if we can stack that and start to compound those effects of 1% over time, you'd be surprised how different life starts to look, even while we have this pain. Remember, this doesn't have to be forever. And for many, many people, it's not. In fact, here's this statistic right here. So this is very possible to start reducing our pain and moving forward. And oftentimes it starts with 1% and defining what better looks like for us. Okay, Jane from New Zealand. She says she's been following my videos and Q&A. Great insights. Thank you so much, Jane. Dislocated her left ankle and had several fractures in November of 2020 from a fall. In my former life, I was an endurance athlete, competitive triathlete, and laterally off-road runner. Wow. classic high achiever in all aspects, as most of us are. My question is with weight bearing, why does my ankle foot lose its range of motion when walking? It is the one activity I'm still finding difficult. I'm swimming during the week, aquatherapy. Even this stiffens my ankle when I try to kick. I have dystonia and wicked spasm. Surgeon has suggested Botox so I can have some physical therapy. Comments and thoughts appreciated. Yeah, Jane, I don't have any problem with Botox. Botox does take a little bit of time to work in the system. So if you get it and then right away you don't feel improvement, don't worry. The toxin has to kind of take hold. That'll relax maybe some of the muscles that are tightened up and calm things down, and it helps sometimes for dystonia. What I would say is when you're swimming and doing aquatherapy, you don't have full weight bearing because the pool makes the weight less, given the fact that you're partially floating. So what I would actually encourage you to do is start moving towards weight bearing more often outside of the pool. And if you need to control the dose, you can uh, use your arms on the kitchen counter or something like that to do activities in weight bearing. One of the things that I have people do a lot to get used to weight bearing is holding both their hands on the counter and then having their feet kind of staggered like this. And then what you're going to do is you're going to move yourself forward and back with your feet and then swap, same thing, forward and back using the counter as a balance position. You do that a few times, and then you also stack your feet like this, and then you can move forward and back in that position. You can also, instead of moving forward and back, you can move side to side like that, and it's getting the ankle used to those positions. If that is too easy for you, you can get other things to strengthen the ankle. If you can tolerate touch, you can get a tibial exerciser, which is right here, for a single foot, and you can do circular rotations with that, with weight or without weight. You can also get a like an ankle balance board or a Bosu ball to work on strengthening the ankle stabilizers. All of those things are going to help you build up to weight bearing in a more tolerable fashion. Larissa, hi Chase. I was diagnosed with CRPS in 2023 after an avulsion fracture on my left third toe. I've done several treatments, etc., and have had 30 to 40% of my pain relief from LDN. However, I still deal with redness and flare-ups after too much activity going on in warm weather. Being in a warm environment and a warm shower water bothers me. I have to keep my foot out of the shower or it will cause a color change while showering. I also have the random cold feeling in the left side of my limb. My question is, will doing desensitization techniques help, or do you have any other advice suggestions? Thank you. Yeah, Larissa, desensitization will help, but it's going to be a different version of desensitization. So I want to encourage all of you watching this to apply the KISS method, and that is keep it simple, keep it simple, silly. Okay, the KISS method. So I want you to keep it simple here. If you have trouble with touching your limb, then you need to touch your limb in a calm and safe way, and over time, building up to more challenging things. If you have trouble with pressure, you need to apply pressure to your limb in a safe and gentle way, and over time, building up to more and more pressure. If you have trouble with temperature, whether it be hot or cold, we need to apply temperature to the limb and build up and up and up in a calm and safe way. So, with your situation where you're having trouble with heat or warm water, what I would suggest is you pick up one of these pedicure spas and you start with lukewarm water or room temperature water first. And then when that gets easy, you start with a little bit warmer water and a little bit warmer water and a little bit warmer water. And what that's doing is it's desensitizing and acclimating you to warm water in a controlled environment. Eventually, the more that you do that, the easier it will become, and the less irritable the warm water will be for you. So give that a try. Those pedicure spas aren't too bad on Amazon, I think, and let me know how it goes. Nancy, what are your thoughts on the shingles vaccine? Oh, sorry, vaccines, mainly the shingles vaccine. Will that have an adverse effect because CRPS and shingles are both nerve related? No, I don't see a vaccine technically having an adverse effect, but it could be, irritating to a system that is already very overloaded. So the way I like to explain this is let's consider a house, okay? And let's consider a house that has, a base level security system. And in the neighborhood, recently you've heard about some break-ins. Okay, you saw it on the news. There's been some break-ins kind of near your home. What are you going to do? Well, you're going to upgrade your security system. You might add an extra camera, an extra motion sensor, etc. And then, as the weeks go on, all of a sudden you hear about a break-in directly from your neighbor. Your neighbor's house got broken into. Well, then, if you're in Texas, you already have these, but you're going to get some guns, maybe. You're going to add some lasers. You might get a guard dog. And then additionally, if you have another break-in or you see someone in the bushes, like walking around outside, then we might be adding booby traps. We might be upgrading our cameras even more. We're adding more motion sensors. We're building a moat around our house. And we upgrade and upgrade and upgrade our alarm system until even stepping out of our bed sets off the house alarm. That is very similar to what's going on with our nervous system when it comes to CRPS. Over the years, when we've had life trauma, okay, even childhood trauma, or we've had deaths in the family, or difficulty with relationships, or our sister stopped talking to us, or our job was extra stressful. We have upgraded and upgraded and upgraded our alarm system. And then getting into the medical side of things, we've been told a lot of scary things about CRPS. We've been told that, you have the condition, good luck. We've been reading things online about what might be happening to our bodies that scare us as well. And internally in our nervous system, we have upgraded and upgraded and upgraded our alarm system. So now, when there's any semblance of a break-in, we might get extra pain. And so, with a vaccine, that is an injection. Okay, that's technically a break-in to your body. It's breaking in, and our body is uh, reacting. The alarm system is reacting to that break-in. A surgery is also a break-in. An injury is also a break-in. And then someone being extremely mean to us could also be a break-in, depending on how sensitive our alarm system is. So the way that we uh, help, not have that reaction when it comes to a vaccine is we do our best to calm that alarm system, to desensitize our system. And we can do that a variety of ways, which I share in this video, re-explaining pain. So please check that out. Calm it down as much as possible. And then most likely, if we're in a very much more calm state, when we go in to have this vaccine, nothing will happen. We'll just have a normal response, just like anyone else getting a vaccine. Okay. Lessa, I would like to know why my hand stiffens each night. I know how to loosen it in the mornings, but when I wake up, it's like a tight claw, like thickening concrete. Thanks. Trisha said, good question. My foot tightens at night too. Yeah, so if we're not moving very much, we're going to be a bit more stiff in the morning. We're going to be even more stiff in the limb that is dealing with this pain of CRPS because of the way it's responding from a blood flow standpoint, with the color changes, etc. This is just part of it. And I know that's not your favorite answer, but really in the morning, loosen it up and continue on. Over time, this will stop happening. As we start to relax our nervous system, as we start to downgrade our alarm system, less and less and less as time goes on, you will wake up with it less stiff and less stiff. Okay. So great question. But yeah, if you're not moving, if you're staying in one position, your whole body is stiff. And then that particular limb feels extra stiff because that area of the alarm system is the one that's hypersensitive. So you're probably just as stiff in your other joints. You just don't notice it as much because that alarm system area can sense that stiffness a lot more, if that makes sense. Amy says, how do our pets know where we experience pain at? Well, Amy, you're one of my clients, so you know that this pain is both sensory, meaning we're feeling it in our body, and very emotional. Okay, so the emotions around our pain, the emotions connected to our pain, those are very intense. And, you know,
anybody who's a pet owner knows that pets are very, very in tune with our emotions. So that's not a scientific thing that I'm saying. I think that that's just, my synopsis on why that might be. But I think pets can feel our emotions in certain ways, and I think that might be why they gravitate to the limb that is feeling our emotions for us. Okay. Catherine, I would like to know more about using ice. Until a few days ago, I was telling people using ice was a big no-no until you pointed out it was okay. All the information I read until then said no on Google and in books. I thought it damaged nerves. Yeah, Catherine, great question. Ice is not the devil. I see it a lot in groups that ice is a something that causes spread, or ice can injure you in certain ways. The only way ice is going to injure you is if you're keeping it on all day, 24/7, or you're keeping it extremely cold. When you do something like that, the reason ice is dangerous is because your alarm system, your sensory system, is not interpreting input uh, properly. So the ice might be super cold, and because your limb is so hot, you don't notice how cold the ice really is. So then you can end up with, some sort of frostbite or some type of skin irritation from the ice. So if you're going to use ice, it's fine. Just use it for, 10 to 15 minutes. Have something in between your limb and the ice so that, it's not going to cause any irritation to the skin, and then leave it off for a while, and then you can reapply it again. I would keep, I would be careful about sharing information over and over again in groups, because some of this information comes from nonprofit organizations that are using this information that has been crowdsourced from people. Also, it might come from a website where they're just spreading what they've heard about CRPS, not actually like concrete research. Many people with CRPS come to me, and the only thing that is helping them is ice. And it's not causing it to spread or anything like that. And so I don't feel that ice is a dangerous thing. I think that if something is making it feel good and you do it in a responsible and careful way, then it's just fine. Going back to the concept of getting used to varying temperatures, if you are going to get used to cold again and go on to live a normal life, eventually we have to get used to the feeling of cold. And you getting used to ice is part of that. I myself was diagnosed with CRPS 10 years ago, obviously, and I do cold plunges every day. Okay, so that's really cold, and I'm getting into that with my body, and I'm fine. Okay, and so ice is not going to damage your nerves unless you leave ice on for a long time, or the ice is very, very, very cold. I In physical therapy school, we have to go through a human body dissection, a cadaver. I had to dissect a whole human body to learn about the body itself. When I got to the nerves, it was extremely, extremely hard for me to damage the nerve, even with a scalpel. Those things are very, very strong, and so a little bit of ice is not going to damage your nerves. That will not happen. Okay, so great question. I would be careful about sharing information around, unless you actually have vetted the source that it's come from, and found it to be accurate information. Okay. So yeah, this is part of the problem, I would say, with a lot of information when it comes to CRPS, and a lot of the resharing and spreading of information. Okay, so this idea that ice is not useful primarily comes from Burning Knight's website. If you Google right now ice and CRPS, you'll see Burning Knights and you'll see Harvard. And so right away, when you see Harvard, you're like, oh, then that's it. Ipso facto, ice is a no-go. Actually, the reason that this became a topic, and the reason that people started to feel like ice was a bad idea, is not because ice is a no-go for CRPS, and it's also not because ice is going to cause CRPS to spread. Spreading is a very complex thing. It has to do with the smudging of our brain's maps on our limbs. Our brain maps our limbs in a mirrored fashion from side to side. And I'll show that right here with the somatosensory cortex.
As we are in pain, our brain's map gets more and more smudged, and so sometimes we get that mirrored spreading from one hand to another or from a hand to a foot because of the way the map is laid out in our brain. Additionally, when it comes to spreading, if you are afraid that it might spread, the nocebo effect, which I've shown before here in this video, applies. It's very powerful. You might experience that spreading effect. In fact, when I first read about spreading and heard about spreading, the very next day I woke up and the pain had spread up my leg. I don't think that's because CRPS was spreading and it was just coincidence. I think it's because of my fear of it happening. With ice, I think there's a similar thing happening. People are afraid of ice. And when they read, uh, don't use ice, ice is terrible on these images that we see on Facebook groups, they don't do further research, they get scared, and then it causes an adverse effect and it reinforces this idea. The reality is, even on Burning Knight's website, the only source that they are citing for the ice is a single case study, and that means they used one person. And that case study is talking about someone who did all day cooling of CRPS, of an affected limb. And if you are always cooling the leg and you don't have a barrier on your foot, then you will get frostbite or necrosis or problems with the muscles or joints. You don't want to use ice all day, of course, but using ice for 10 or 15 minutes when you have a barrier between your foot and the ice is typically okay, unless you have some other condition going on where you have, ulcers or clots or something like that. So clear with your doctor, but ice should not be something we avoid, especially if we're having trouble with temperature regulation. We should gradually get used to cold temperatures, just like we gradually get used to hot temperatures. Additionally, sometimes on these uh, images that we see on Facebook groups, they will reference Harvard, and they will talk about Harvard medical and how they say not to use ice. And there's no source again on Harvard's article. So when I go to Harvard's article talking about not using ice, they aren't citing a source at all. They're just saying that applying ice might be bad or might worsen symptoms for CRPS. They don't give a parameter, they don't give a protocol, they give nothing. And so going and citing Harvard makes it look official, but if you actually dig into the research, as I've done for the last 10 years, there's nothing there that is showing, uh, ice is absolutely bad. In fact, I meet a lot of people who have CRPS who say ice is the only thing that gives them any relief. And I've met people who have come into my office with CRPS when I've been at the hospital. This has happened multiple times, and they keep their foot inside of a bucket of ice because it's the only thing helping. What I would do is I would gradually wean them down from using the ice so often, but I wouldn't take it away or try to scare them away from using ice, especially if it's not causing damage to their limb at this time. So be careful with the information that you spread around and do your due diligence on the research that is there. A single case study is not a good metric for research because case studies have a ton of variables. It's only one person. I prefer systematic reviews or much more thorough studies covering a bunch of studies or having a bunch of subjects. So I have no problem with ice. I have no worry associated with ice. If you are using it sparingly in small doses with a barrier in between your foot and not too intense of a temperature, I see no issue with it at all. So thank you, Catherine, for being open, for learning that and continuing to learn and explore this condition. Yeah, I would just be careful with what we're sharing, even though we feel like we might be helping. Sometimes it might scare people in a way that isn't so good. All right, next question. Karen, I have my knee straight on my recliner. My foot will randomly go ice cold. However, if I bend my knee, my foot will warm back up. Is there a correlation for this? Yeah, Karen, if your knee is straight on the recliner, okay, then your blood flow is going back this way or just pooling in your leg. And then of course it's going to get cold if it's like that. And then if you go like this and you put your knee up, you bend your knee, the blood can come down the leg again and it'll feel warm. Okay, remember your nervous system in that area where your foot is affected is extra sensitive. So if we start to, have the foot straight and the blood just pools there and gets cold, you're really going to feel that. And when you lift the leg up, you will feel it get warm again. So that's totally a normal thing. If you want to move the blood in your leg without even having to bend the knee, what I would do is I would do a pump with your ankle like this. And the reason for that is because it's taking the muscles in your leg and it's pumping and contracting them. And as I've said in previous videos, it's pushing the blood up through the veins, through the vascular system, and bringing it down through the arteries, and kind of recycling that warm blood to keep the foot feeling good. Okay. Donna, hi Chase. My husband got me some herbal hibiscus tea last week when I was having a POTS flare up, and it seems to be helping and calming me. Are there any other natural teas, etc., that you would recommend? Thank you. Hey Donna, there's nothing specific that I would recommend. Actually, anything that you feel like is calming is great. So, for example, I really like vanilla candles because they remind me of my mom, and that makes me feel very calm. I also like chamomile tea before bed because it tastes good and I put honey in it. There's something to be said about something your husband got you. I know you love your husband very much, that he's caring for you in a certain way. And when you drink it, maybe it makes you feel comforted. It maybe makes you feel a little bit warm and maybe it tastes good. And what that's doing is it's calming down your nervous system. And so, yeah, of course, it's going to be helpful. But there's nothing specific that I would recommend or push to you when it comes to natural teas or natural remedies. Okay. So, overall, stay hydrated. If you want to get some electrolyte powder, here's a brand that I like just because it tastes good. That's great. Keep yourself healthy with nutritious foods, whatever feels nutritious to you. And yeah, just work on calming the nervous system. If the tea helps you do that, fantastic. I love it. Great job, Thomas. Jacob, what if you just have permanent nerve damage? What if the injury to your nerve or nerves is not ever going to heal? How can that be considered CRPS, or is it? I understand type 2 CRPS is with an injury, but at what degree of an injury? Yeah, Jacob, whether the dirt nerve is damaged or not is neither here nor there. The process by which we help something that is extra sensitive and reacting to sensory stimulus uh, improperly, so meaning we touch the area and it hurts a ton, is by desensitizing and getting it used to being touched. With an amputee, for example, they have permanent nerve damage. Their nerves have been cut. In some situations, their nerves have been blown off, and burned. But we do the same thing that we do with CRPS with an amputee. We use mirror therapy, we use desensitization, and we slowly expose that limb to different temperatures, pressures, touches, etc., and it gets better. Nerves are hyper resilient even if they're damaged, and so a nerve being damaged, it does not matter. The nerve can adapt and intake sensory input properly again if we approach it in a slow and calm fashion. Okay, an analogy I like to use for this when it comes to CRPS is um, a stray cat. Have you ever seen a video of a stray cat or dog? And in the beginning of the video, the cat or dog is very skittish, very afraid. Oftentimes you'll see them kind of backed into a corner like this, like looking at the rescuer, like, don't come near me. I don't know what you're going to do. I'm afraid. And the rescuer, what do you think would happen if the rescuer just went up to that dog and just grabbed it or the cat? Well, the rescuer would get injured. The cat or dog would bite or scratch the rescuer and probably try to run away even further and slowing the progress. However, if the rescuer approaches this stray cat or this stray dog gently and calmly, sits down with it for a while, gives it some food, lets it smell its hand, and then slowly and but surely just starts to try and pet the dog or the cat. Eventually, in the videos of these strays, the rescuer is able to get the cat or dog, bring it into its car, retrain it in a new home, and then the video always ends with the cat or dog playing happily. No matter if the nerves are damaged or not, or the cat is or dog is malnourished or not,
The process is always the same. We approach it slowly with love and care, and we get it used to touching and interacting again, and then eventually things get better. So nerve, this is a common question I get a lot, and I really love answering it. Nerve damage can happen, but people with nerve damage are not doomed to always have pain. We can reprogram it. In fact, only about 10 or 15%, I think, of amputees experience phantom limb pain. So that's straight up nerves cut, gone damage. And only about 10 to 15% of them experience that pain, and that pain gets better through the mirror therapy and desensitization. So I hope that helps calm your nerves, pun intended, in this situation. But yes, the nerves can learn and adapt and overcome this stimulus misinput. Okay, Trisha, can you give tips, strategies for CRPS prevention for any future injuries or surgeries? Thank you. Yeah, so this is a common fear with CRPS that anytime you have another procedure, you're at risk of developing it again. I disagree with this notion. You might be at more prone to develop it again because your nervous system can get into this overloaded, hypersensitized position. And I've talked about this again in my re-explaining pain video that I mentioned earlier. But if you calm the nervous system by addressing the factors mentioned in that video, here's a chart from it. If you address the injury factors, if you address the factors of movement, if you re-educate yourself on how structure is not important when it comes to the body and pain, if you address your medical factors, with proper medications or weaning off medications, if you maintain a good lifestyle with healthy diet, healthy sleep, healthy exercise, and then you also reduce the stressors in your life and desensitize that nervous system, as you see on the chart there, if you bring that central sensitization down, then having a surgery or having a procedure or injury is neither here nor there. Your body won't be so hyper overloaded that you develop CRPS. To give you an example, I have tattooed my entire both my arms. I tattooed my chest. I lasered the tattoo off my chest. I've broken my collarbone. I've rolled my ankle. I've had a whole bunch of injuries. And I have not developed or had CRPS again. Okay. So a lot of times our fear and worry about it all might be happening. It has a nocebo effect, the opposite of placebo, a harmful effect in making us have it happen again because of the hyperactivity of our nervous system. And so I want to calm that fear as much as I can. You take care of your nervous system, you relax yourself, you calm yourself. These injuries or surgeries are not going to be a problem. Okay, Rachel. Hi, thank you for so much for doing these. They are invaluable. Well, thank you, Rachel. I know you can relate here. It's been indented to me, mind over matter, no pain, no gain. I need to be hit over the head daily to remind myself that's not how CRPS works. I have read the expectations effect and get it, but behavior change is so hard in this area. I'm like opposites. Train hard, but lots of calming, self-compassion, meditation, mindfulness. Any tips and tricks to help me get over this? I have the mindset that I'm still an elite athlete. Thank you so much. Yeah, Rachel, I totally get it. I want you to reimagine the scenario I said with the stray cat and dog. We have to slowly approach this stuff. And if you want to help your athlete brain to frame this, even Olympic athletes take rest. If you do not take rest, if you do not pace yourself with these activities, not only are you pissing off the stray cat or dog, or not only are you setting off that alarm system again, but you are hindering your future performance. So right now, for you, for your body, walking 1 mile might feel like running a marathon for your body. So I want you to reframe what makes you elite. If you go and do 10 squats for your body, that might feel like 30 or 50 squats for my body. So I want you to think of it that way. Your workout right now is a scaled down version of what you used to do, but it's not going to be that way forever. Take rest. Don't set off your alarm every time you work out. Don't grab the cat or dog and get bit and scratched and think that you're making progress in this way. The road to recovery for this is a bit slow,
and it's not a straight line. This is actually what the road to recovery looks like. We will have flares, we will have ups and downs, but if we take our time, if we proceed slowly, if we let the cat or dog smell our hand or give it a treat, over time, we will end up like the cat and dog at the end of the video, happy, playing, having a great time. So my tip and trick over this is, yes, you are an elite athlete, and elite athletes need rest, and they need to strategize about how to use their body to the fullest. Right now, using it to the fullest is taking rest and scaling down our activity, but it will not be forever. Okay, so you can do this. Madeline, hello Chase. Can you please discuss TMJ and carpal tunnel correlation with CRPS? Thank you. Yeah, Madeline, this is a great question. Um, with TMJ and carpal tunnel, we tend to carry a lot of tension in our bodies. Okay. We carry tension in our shoulders, we carry tension in our jaw, we carry tension in our hands. I want you to imagine what you would look like if you were angry and about to get in a fight. I will show you. Okay. So, see, my jaw, I clenched it as hard as I could, and I held my fists up like this. If we are carrying around a lot of anger in our life, a lot of tension in our life, whether it's due to our job, due to our home situation, etc., we will constantly, subconsciously be clenching our jaw and clenching our fists internally. In turn, we might start to have symptoms of TMJD, and where our jaw starts to hurt or pops. We also might start to have symptoms of carpal tunnel. Oftentimes, these conditions are blamed on things like posture, but posture is kind of a controversial myth of a subject in the physical therapy world. Or carpal tunnel is blamed on keyboards, but carpal tunnel incidences since the condition was named have gone up something like 600%, and it was always blamed on keyboards or computer desks. But we had typewriters for years, and there was no incidence of carpal tunnel. Okay, so in my belief, the correlation of carpal tunnel and TMJ with CRPS is a repression of the emotion of anger. And if we can kind of take a dive into what is making us angry and address that, oftentimes I see the symptoms of TMJ or carpal tunnel start to dissipate. Okay, and if you want a book that kind of discusses that, I will grab it 1 second. Then I would take a look at this book here. It is by a physical rehab and medicine medical doctor, Dr. Sarno, and I find it to be a great book. Hard to read because you have to come to some interesting conclusions and accept some things about yourself. But it was a book that changed my life in certain ways. So I've recommended that in this video, my top 10 books for overcoming chronic pain. And I would check that out and see what you think and see if it's helpful for this condition. But yeah, chronic stress and tension often lead to conditions like TMJ, carpal tunnel syndrome, POTS, AMPS, PANS, PANDAS, FND, etc. Um, Chronic fatigue syndrome, chronic migraines. They're all very interconnected. And that's why when you're in the support groups and you're in the forums, you see people saying, has anyone been diagnosed with POTS and CRPS? Has anyone been diagnosed with chronic fatigue and CRPS? They're all kind of the same problem. It's a nervous system, alarm system overload. And when we're running at 1,000% capacity all the time, it's no wonder we get fatigued. It's no wonder we have tension in our muscles, in our jaw, and our hands. It's no wonder we have episodes of uh, passing out or lightheadedness because our nervous system thinks that we're constantly being chased by a lion when we're just sitting in our living room. Okay, so calming the nervous system will calm the symptoms here, and taking a look at the emotions or life factors that might be causing these symptoms is usually the answer. Jen said, "Hi Chase, I see a similar theme going on. Can you talk about pacing and how to accept incremental change when you're used to pushing hard? Also, what are your thoughts on energy work like Reiki and Tai Chi?" Yeah, so I touched on the pacing. Again, even elite athletes take rest. Right now, your body thinks that a mile is 26 miles. And so we need to plan accordingly.
If you continue to boom bust, meaning you go super hard with your exercise and then you have a flare in response to it, if you continue to do that over and over and over again, the same thing is going to happen over and over and over again. So you have to make the choice to approach this slowly, as if you're training for a marathon. If I wanted to do a marathon, I'm not going to go tomorrow and run 26 miles. I would need to start with something small. And so when you're retraining the body to get back to activity, we need to start with something small. Okay. As far as energy work goes, my general opinion on anything is if you have heard good things about it, if you think it will work, if you have seen it be helpful for other people and you're excited to try it, then try it. If you have heard bad things about it, if you're skeptical, if you think it won't work, if you think it'll make it worse, then don't try it. This is because of the placebo and nocebo effect, which I've talked about a few times, especially in this video, Watch Your Language. So if you haven't seen that one, that's another one for you to check out. Josiane, I'm so sorry if I said that wrong. I've had CRPS since 2009, but diagnosed in 2012. Why is it that my skin shows no signs of it? I have all symptoms: loss of bone mass, muscle mass, loss of toenail, ultra sensitive skin to the touch. My skin looks absolutely normal. Why? Uh, just depends. I mean, some people with CRPS have no color changes. Some people with CRPS have cold feeling instead of hot feeling. Some people with CRPS have um, just different symptoms in general. And you can have CRPS and have all or only three or just a few of the symptoms at any given time. Um, CRPS is diagnosed by one thing and one thing only. It is the Budapest criteria. And the bone mass loss and the muscle mass loss are not due to CRPS. They are due to disuse of the limb itself. If we are not using a limb, if I have CRPS or not, and I tape my arm to my body and I don't use it, over time my arm will shrink and get smaller. Okay. So the fact that you don't have the color change, it doesn't matter. You can still have CRPS and have no color change, and that's just how it is. There were times during my journey with CRPS when I had color changes often, and times when I didn't. And so, yeah, that's why. Some people's alarm system reacts in one way, another person's alarm system reacts in another way. I like to think of it this way: it's the house alarm is malfunctioning so much that some people's sinks are turning on and lights are flashing. Some people's sinks don't turn on and their lights don't flash, but the alarm system is still malfunctioning for them. Okay, Deanna. Hi, Chase. I've been using ketamine compound since 2017. It helps some with the flare-ups in my feet and legs. What is your thoughts on having IV ketamine treatment when a flare-up is really bad? The doctors have talked about ketamine infusions for CRPS. Does it help, or would it be a waste of time for CRPS type 2? Hey, Deanna. So first thing, CRPS type 1 and type 2, there's no difference. And the reason I say that is because there's a common misconception that some things work for type 1, some things work for type 2. The only thing about the typing is they are saying that with type 1, you've acquired CRPS for an unknown reason. There was no potential damage to a nerve. It's just had insidious onset. That's type 1. Type 2 is you've had a surgery of some sort and there's possible damage or causalgia, to this condition of CRPS. That is the only difference. It tells you how you got it. Either no nerve injury, no nothing, insidious onset type 1, or there is an injury, there is a potential cause, again, causalgia, that's type 2. Okay. Additionally, when it comes to ketamine, I don't mind it at all. It is a tranquilizer. It makes you tranquil. It makes you calm. And again, through this whole video, I've been talking about calming that alarm system, calming that nervous system down. And if ketamine can do that for you, and you enjoy ketamine, or you've heard people that have had success from ketamine, that's great. I have friends that get ketamine infusions for mental health reasons, because their nervous system,
it's called nervous for a reason, is hyped up because of traumatic events in their life. They don't have CRPS, they don't have pain, but it helps their mental health as well. And I also think that's a big reason why ketamine is helpful for CRPS too, because our nervous system gets amped up by a lot of things, not just our medical journey, but also our mental and emotional journey as well. So yeah, give it a try if you've heard good things. I don't think it would be a waste of time. You might try it and it might be helpful. That's awesome. It should be a bridge to get you where you want to go, not a road. This should not be a lifelong infusion journey. Okay. It should be a bridge to get you back to life and activity. Hey Chase, I have a question for the next Q&A. Diagnosed with CRPS after a minor surgery I had on my right foot in 2022. Before this procedure, I had nerve pain for years due to Morton's neuroma, but after procedure, the pain has only gotten worse. The pain only goes away when I sleep, but as soon as I put my foot on the floor in the morning, it comes back. My question concerns the effect of temperature on my foot. For example, when there's no underfloor heating in certain rooms, the pain is unbearable. With heated floors, it's reasonably good. Shoes are difficult with the exception of a few brands. I prefer to not wear socks. That feels really bad. No specialist, and I've seen a lot over the years, has been able to explain what temperature does to the nerves in your foot. In the summer, when the underfloor heating is off, I walk around the house on crutches. Can you perhaps explain what happens with cold and heat? And thanks so much for all the helpful information you've shared with us so far. Yeah, so I've already kind of covered this, but right now you are having difficulty with temperature sensation, and it sounds like heat is helpful and safe for your alarm system. What is not helpful and safe, what it looks like, is weight bearing, um, cold or room temperature floors, and socks or certain shoes. So this is what I would suggest. I would suggest gradually approaching being able to bear weight through your foot. So if you're using crutches, what I would do is I would actually hold the crutches like this, and I would have both feet on the ground, and I would try to every now and then take a little bit of a step using the crutches as help with the foot that is affected. We need to get used to that motion of stepping again, and you can use help from your crutches as much as you need to. But over time, I want you to put more and more and more pressure on the foot so you can get used to that pressure. Additionally, if you're trying to get used to cold, I would start to use something maybe like a heating pad. We could get a heating pad, place it on the floor, get one that has varying levels of heat, okay? And start at the top. And then each day work down and down and down to less and less heat. So your foot starts to get used to having the heat there and then not having the heat there. And then eventually you can even step on something like a cool pillowcase, and in the mornings to get used to that cold feeling on your foot. When it comes to not being able to wear certain shoes or socks, I would start applying pressure to your foot to get it used to wearing something that gives pressure, like a sock or a shoe. The way you could do that is you could get a sock that is one or two sizes too big, and then reduce the size until you get to your size again. Another thing you could do that I have clients do often is take a blanket for maybe 10 minutes a day and wrap it around your foot in such a way that it's creating tension or pressure on your foot, and get used to it. You can do it for 10 minutes or 10 seconds, it doesn't matter, but it's something you build up to. With socks, again, it might feel really bad, but can you wear the sock for 30 seconds and then the next day 35 and then the next day 40? Can you approach these difficulties that you're having with temperature, weight bearing, and sensation in such a way that it becomes less and less difficult? Okay. Again, if we want to run a marathon, we're not going to go run 26 miles. If we want to wear socks, we're not just going to slap socks and a really tight shoe on our foot. We need to work up to it slowly, safely, keep the alarm system calm, and keep the stray dog and stray cat happy. Okay, I hope that makes sense and is helpful to you. If you need to know where to start with desensitizing your system, check out this video, Desensitization, where to start. It's a good explanation of how to truly do desensitization. I think that'll be helpful for you. Great question, great question. So yeah, check that out. Okay, Nana, what I don't understand, mine is cold CRPS. I'm not injured. It's in the brain after severe ankle sprain on my whole left side. So I'm indoors. Everything okay. Then I go into cold weather and my leg sees it up and stiff pain within a 10-minute walk. Why? I just don't get it. Uh,
Well, there's a few things here. There's a 10-minute walk. Okay, so is that how far you're normally going when it's warmer outside? And if so, that's great. Right now, again, just like I've mentioned with a few other people, for whatever reason, your alarm system is sensitive to cold. I would also consider, when it's the cold season, what's going on in life. A lot of people get heightened pain in the cold season because they go and visit their in-laws. And, I laugh when I say that, but it's the truth. Remember, personal factors and stressors outside of the feeling of the cold can be a big component of our pain. So I would ask yourself two things. What is going on with the cold season, that time of season when I'm having this extra pain and this seizing up? Is 10 minutes my normal walk time? And if it is, and in the cold I can only go for 10 minutes, maybe in the cold we start with 5 minutes instead. And then additionally, how can you start to approach cold being tolerable again? Um, by potentially exposing the limb to cold. So again, cold pillowcase, maybe a cold washcloth if you feel okay of putting it around your foot, and then a damp or cold washcloth, and then maybe turn the temperature inside down a bit, turn the AC on, and get the house cold in a controlled fashion. You can make it colder and colder and colder gradually to get you used to that cold. That's the same thing I had to do with my cold plunge. I couldn't just jump in at 38 degrees. I had to start at maybe 65-degree water and then slowly lower the temperature down. And that's with my body that's not experiencing the pain of CRPS anymore. But I had to work up to that cold plunge temperature, and now I can sit in it, at 40 degrees for 2 minutes. Whereas if I would have tried that in the beginning, I would have got 10 seconds in and been shivering for the next hour. Okay. Wow. It looks like that is it. So, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate these Q&As a lot because I can jam pack it with information just like I did today. I'm excited for the next one, and leave a comment below for more questions. If you're unaware and if you're finding these videos helpful, please do visit my website and join my email list. The website is thewindowpane.com, and you can see my email list there. Additionally, I do offer 8-week online self-guided programs for CRPS. You can join anytime and you'll have lifetime access for as long as the course is up to refer back to the information in that course. These videos are just a small sample of the depth that I go into in that course. And so, please do check it out. And then lastly, if you're looking for more tailored guidance, one-on-one guidance, you can again go to thewindowpane.com and click the schedule a free consult button there at the bottom, or the consult button. And you can get set up with me for a free consult so you can learn about my one-on-one pain coaching, where I use my professional experience as a doctor of physical therapy and pain specialist on top of my personal experience of having and dealing with CRPS, combined with psychological techniques such as acceptance and commitment therapy and cognitive behavioral therapy to help you move forward to a more meaningful and fulfilling life. So if that is something that interests you, go ahead and schedule that consult. Otherwise, I will see you guys in the next video. Thanks. And that's it so far. That is all of Q&As 1 through 5. I hope this compilation video has been helpful for you guys. If you made it this far, go ahead and comment down below and say, I made it, with a thumbs up so that I know you were here. If you haven't made it this far, well, then you won't see this. So that's okay. I hope you do eventually. Repetition is the father of learning. So hearing these question and answers over and over and over again is good to reset your mind on some of the falsehoods you might have been told about CRPS in general. So that's it. I'm excited to see you in Q&A number 6. And don't forget that if you need a little more guidance, if this free stuff isn't doing it for you, you are always welcome to sign up for my online program. The link is in the description of this YouTube video to give you $25 off. And if you want even more guidance, one-on-one tailored guidance, you can book a free consult with me to see if it's a good fit
on my website, thewindowpane.com. Look for this button right here, and you can get signed up. Thanks so much, guys. I hope you have a great day at whatever point in the day you are. And I'm loving every minute of helping you all learn, heal, recover, feel better, and live more meaningful and fulfilling lives after your CRPS diagnosis. Okay, I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.